December 1st, 1983. This is Joe Todd, an interview with Mrs. Odestine McWatters. Miss McWatters, where were you born?
Well, on legal papers, it's Ottawa County, state of Oklahoma. Used to be Lincolnville, Oklahoma. Yeah. Wasn't it? Yeah, it was on the map.
Yeah.
But it's out in the country here, about 3 miles.
Yeah. When's your birthday?
July 15th, 1918.
1918. Who is your father?
Ora S. Hampton. Newakis. Newakis.
Mm-hmm.
Hampton. Quapaw Hampton.
Quapaw Hampton. Mm-hmm. Were they both from Lincolnville?
She was born down Osage Hills, someplace down by Hominy. And he came from Seneca, Missouri area. And he's a Shawnee. He was a Shawnee, and she's Quapaw.
What kind of work did your father do?
Farmer.
Farmer? Mm-hmm. How long did you live in Lincolnville?
Me?
Yeah.
65 years.
65 years.
I think I'll stay.
You think you'll stay?
Bob was going right across the road from where we lived.
Tell me about your grandparents.
Well, my grandmother was raised by Louis Angel, tall chief, the last hereditary chief.
Mm-hmm.
And
What was her name?
Mary Fire, Mary Quapaw.
And she was raised by Tall Chief.
Down Osage.
Is Tall Chief any relation to the present chief of the Osage? Tall Chief?
Yeah.
I don't know, is he?
Some way. I don't think so. Because Tall Chief was a nickname for Louis Angel.
Right. Mm-hmm. That was his Indian name.
Mm-hmm.
Which
As a little girl, what kind of chores you do around the farm?
Oh, one thing that I hated, when it rained, why the old folks would put buckets and tubs out and let catch the rainwater off of the houses. And on wash day, it was my job to go out there and skim the bugs and stuff off of that water. And that just, I hated to do that.
Tell me about wash day.
Wash day?
Yeah.
Oh my. Well, we had lye soap, of course.
Did you make it?
Oh yeah, my grandmother made it.
How?
How?
Yeah.
Well, she used old lard. If it was rancid, it seemed to be the best, they said. And they used lye. Sometimes she used wood ashes. Mm-hmm. And, it was just one day set aside in their life, to make enough soap for the future washings. And it took the whole family to do laundry. The kids, if you could get them rounded up, they'd go hang out the clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And
what was your job on wash day?
Well,
besides
like
skimming?
Skimming that water.
Did you help gather wood?
Well, yeah, that was another chore of ours, of the children. But just small jobs, and the washing itself, we didn't get in on that. I don't know whether they thought we were smart enough or they didn't want us around.
Was the laundry done outside?
Yes.
Where'd you hang the laundry?
Oh, on the line that my father had put out. My grandmother lived with my mother and dad. My grandfather died in 1914, and so my grandmother stayed on with mom and daddy.
How old was your father when he came down from Missouri?
I guess, in his early 20s, I guess. He said that he was noted for having the fastest team of his set, like we talk about the jet set. But he and the young men of his age would all groom their horses, and they'd race them. And he said that he had the fastest team of his bunch. And
Did he ever go to the races over at Veneta with his horses?
no, not that I know of.
He ever talk about moving from Missouri down here? When
Well,
they moved all the Quapaws?
they did live at what's the name of that town? Excelsior Springs, Missouri. And his mother had married a Van Sant. His name was Van Sant. And he went to school up at Excelsior Springs. But very little he talked about. He just said that he left home and left her up there, and he came on down here and lived around Seneca.
Oh, he was Shawnee, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. What time did he come down here? What year?
He must have been a young man. I don't know.
When was he born? What year?
You want full proof?
82, wasn't it?
Oh. December 2nd, 1885.
1885.
And he died August the 16th, 1950.
Where did you start school?
Me?
Yeah.
St. Mary's out close to where we live. It was about, I guess a half a mile from where we lived there on Spring River.
Who was head of that school when you were going?
You mean the father?
Yeah.
Father Wagner was there when I went to school.
How long have you been there?
Well, as I understood it, there was a priest before him. Do you remember his name, Bob? That
Who?
priest before his father Wagner?
No, I don't.
When I went there, I just couldn't tell you.
Yeah. When is that school established?
Bob can tell you that.
What,
It's when was St. Mary's established.
1896? Somewhere in there, because when the allotment committee was allotting the land, and they set aside 40 acres for the Catholic church or school. It was allotted just the same as an individual. In 1896, where me and you found them records. You know, when we was trying to get that back, it was 1896 on county said that it moved from where Holder's Dairy is to there. It was there at Holder's first, wasn't it? No, that was Quapaw Boarding School. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that Holder there.
Quapaw Boarding School.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Was that set up by the Catholic Church?
Well,
No.
half a mile this way. Right here, it's right out there, half a mile.
Yeah.
This house here, right through the field, half a mile.
It was set up what year? Organized?
Oh, golly.
My mother went to school there.
She did.
Same year that the Wind-Up Mission was set up. And it was set up under the Quakers, Wind-Up Mission was, and this was set up at the same time. Quapaw's from the Wind-Up Mission.
And this is set up by the Catholic Church, wasn't it?
The Quapaw Mission?
Yeah.
No.
No.
I don't know who was head of it. Do you, Bob?
No, I don't. The only thing I know, perhaps it's in history of Oliver County.
You say your mother went to school at the Quapaw Boarding School?
Yes. And that's where I got my name. She named me after one of her teachers, Odestine.
What did your mother study there? What was the courses, the curriculum?
Oh, reading and writing and arithmetic, I guess. They taught them to hygiene as they knew it in those days, you know, and how to cook too.
So she actually stayed at the school then,
Yes.
boarding school. How long was that school in existence? The boarding school.
You know, Bob?
No, I don't.
I don't have any idea.
If it stayed as long until Seneca was changed that school, you know. And the Catholics started this one up here, and Mama went to school in 18 and
Well, it was
88.
gone when I was going to school at St. Mary's.
When did you
It was
start
gone.
there at St. Mary's? What year?
Well, I was in the first grade. I was 6 years old, whatever year that would have been.
What about
18.
24?
Yeah.
How long did you go there?
Just that one year.
Just that one year?
And then I went to public school here in Quapaw the rest of my school.
When did is St. Mary still going?
No, it's disbanded. I mean,
When did they close it?
when was St. Mary's closed?
40. I don't remember when they did close that. 41, wasn't it?
Oh, before that.
They, well, they had that Catholic church there in Miami. Yeah, down there on G Street, F Street. They moved from out here down there.
Mm-hmm.
On the F Northwest, on First and F Northwest, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
About 1930 when they quit it.
Somewhere along in there.
Who was your teachers there at St. Mary's?
Well, I can just remember my teacher, and her name was Sister Della.
What order were they a member of?
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Sister Dilma.
Mm-hmm.
Where's she from, or do you
I
know?
don't know. I remember when she disciplined her pupils, she'd have us to hold our hand out, and she'd hit us on the palm of our hand with her ruler, and they were pretty strict.
You ever get in much trouble there at
Oh
school?
yeah, I had my hand slapped.
What'd you do?
Oh, I was supposed to been doing one thing and I was doing another,
Mm-hmm.
and she caught me at it.
You speak Quapaw?
I know some. I can't converse in it.
Yeah. How large is the alphabet in the Quapaw language?
Well, Dorsey and Hadley have got quite a vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
As far as Quapaw people themselves, their vocabulary isn't too large.
Yeah. Was that St. Mary's?
Yeah. 1894 is when it.
It was organized?
Uh-huh. Monsignor William H. Ketchum, first ordained priest for Indian Territory, established St. Mary's of the Quapaw Church and School, 1894.
Quapaw School, June 14th, 1872, and December 31st, 1884, here in the town of Quapaw.
And my sister, Eleonora, my oldest sister, was the first Indian and the first Quapaw Indian to graduate from this high school in Quapaw.
She was.
Her name was Eleonora Quapaw. She was my half sister.
What's your name in Quapaw?
And Nometaki.
See?
What does that mean? Just
It means no. It means
she went to school. She was. I got a picture of her standing on the front of the Wind Up Mission.
Buffalo woman.
So she's
alone.
82. That'd make her
It's the only way I can.
84. See, I
Mr.
thought-
Whitefield said you mentioned this lady that would come over and name the children.
Maud Supino.
Yeah. Did she give you your name?
Uh-huh.
Was
No,
that-
her father did.
Her father did. How
Told
old were
you.
you whenever they named you?
Oh, a baby.
A baby? Was there a certain time limit that they had to give the child a name, or
No.
just whenever?
Uh-huh.
Are you familiar with the naming ceremony?
Yeah. I had my children named by Maud Supino. And she did it early of a morning. And she went out and built a fire herself. And she didn't want you around. And she did it before the sun came up. And she required a pan. And And she said a piece of muslin,
Tobacco.
tobacco,
Shell.
and a shell,
And
And
feather.
for a boy, it was an arrow.
arrow,
And a ferret.
all
Feather.
that, and
Eagle feather.
feather.
Yeah, eagle feather.
That's an arrow for a boy and what for a girl?
Well, just
Just
what everything except the bow and arrow.
except the arrow.
Mhm.
Okay. How would she choose a name?
Well, she just, I guess, she just was in deep thought, and she knew the families. I guess I have no idea how she did it, but you'd wind up with your clan, the clan that you belong to.
What clan are you a member of?
My mother was Buffalo.
Buffalo. Now, was there a certain ritual that she would go through with the pan and the muslin and the tobacco?
No, you just gave that to her
You just gave that to her. And no one was around when she...
when she was out by the fire. And we gave her breakfast, after the naming. Then she ate breakfast with it.
How long did the ceremony take, or the process?
Oh, I'd say an hour. She was in study, about those names. She gave my children, she gave a choice of 3 names. And she let me pick out the one that I wanted. And she didn't offer any suggestions or say, I think this would be better than that one, or, she let me make up my own mind about my children, my children. And
What are your kids' names? Quapaw.
my daughter's name is Miss Kashina, and my son's name is Wazenjihi.
What do they mean?
The daughter's name is Morning Sun when it's coming up. And Wazenjihi, I don't know what that name means.
Do the Quapaws have a greeting when they meet one another? What's
Yes.
the greeting that you would give a Quapaw?
Hawaii. Hawaii.
What does that mean?
Hello,
Hello.
or greetings, or whatever.
And when you part, what is...
No,
There is no...
no. Or they'd say, maybe I'm going home. Or, but there's no goodbye that I know of.
Did your mother ever talk about the flu epidemic, 1918?
No.
Tell me about some home remedies, herbal medicines that the Quapaws use.
Well, her father was a medicine man, but all that she ever told me about was medicines for animals. Like maybe a dog would have a sore in its ear, maybe from a tick bite or something. And she showed me on the sidewalk these plants that just spread out, just real close to the ground, and they just spread out all different ways. She said that they took that and boiled it, and when it cooled off, well, they put that in that dog's ear, and apparently it didn't burn or anything. She said that the dog usually got well, or always got well. But for humans, I don't remember any. She was pretty modern in that way. She always had a doctor that lived here in Quapaw to take care of her.
The Cherokees have what they call Kanachi. You're familiar with that. It's made with hickory nuts, right? Do the Quapaws have any?
We have a corn that corn soup.
Forged.
What's the name of it, Polly?
Parched hominy soup?
Yeah, no.
We had hickory nuts too.
Yeah, we had hickory nut soup,
Yeah.
and
That
when the old
forged
ones
corn,
left, that's gone now.
you know what,
No
that-
one knows how to make it.
That forged corn too.
I'll think about that word whenever
Yeah.
I'm.
Hey,
Quapaw soup stuff.
Quapaw soup.
Uh-huh.
forged corn too, wasn't it?
And what's this made of?
We had forged
See,
corn.
it's hickory?
Flour corn.
Yeah.
It's
And
one
then-
type of corn that we
Wasn't
grow,
it blackberries?
and it's
Cherokee
Pounded.
Comanche.
Mm-hmm. Now the Kanachi is it just hickory nuts? What else is in there?
That's all that's in there.
That's all. Now what's in? You say
Corn.
it's
Parched
corn.
Yeah, just forged corn.
but we use what's called a flour corn, isn't it? That's pounded. Isn't that what you use your? My grandmother did anyway. She it's they call it squaw corn, you know, and it's white, only it's got a dull look to it, and that's what she used to pound for soups and dumplings. They made dumplings out of that corn, and it was a consistency of a coarse cornmeal, and
What'd you beat it with? Just a mortar and pestle?
yes,
Wood?
yes.
Now you say when the old ones are gone, there'll be no more. Is it a hickory soup? You say
Hickory nut soup.
hickory nut soup.
The Quapaws none that I know of know how to make it. Maybe there are, but I haven't seen any.
You know how to make it?
I haven't seen any.
That same way with corn butter. And
I'll make it.
yeah, but there very few makes it.
How to make pecan butter?
I worked among the Quapaws a long time, and I cooked for them. And this is why I do know their
How do you make pecan butter?
a lot of work. You take a pounder, you part your corn till it's brown. And like she said, you use flour corn, which is the best. It makes up easier. Pounds easier too. You pound it and you sift until you get the consistency of flour. Your other stuff looks like this I showed you. And this is what they use. I always understood, and this is what the Quapaws told me, the old folks, was this was used to help get people well, because the hearts of your corn do not pound up. Isn't that right? And they use this for soup, and they give them strength
And then that real thin they use for the butter.
for the butter. You take that and set it aside. You part your pecans until they are brown. You pound them until they look like pecan. I meant like
Peanut butter.
peanut butter, you know, soft, mushy. Then you add the two together. And if I understand right, the old folks use honey, but I use sugar. And you pound them until, and then you take it out, and you got butter. And it is delicious.
Now, what type of corn is flour corn?
It's a white. Now, I have to use speckled corn a lot, which I do. I use the speckled Indian corn.
Because back
But
home,
I use anything that pounds easy.
Yeah.
I won't use this old, the best thing to making hominy is hickory
Flint corn.
Yeah, oh my God.
That looks
shiny
like, it looks
thing.
glassy,
yeah.
that
Yeah.
flint corn.
But
Now
you
back
want something
home-
dull. Any,
We'll roast
like she
them
said,
all.
anything
Yeah.
dull
Mhm.
pounds easy.
Yeah, back home we raise the old field corn, then we have two or three types of sweet corn, country gentleman and I don't know what else. Would they be good for that?
No.
Mm-mm.
No.
Look at your kernels and see, like she was telling you.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a dull white,
Mhm.
it's easy to pound. If it's a sharp color, shiny, then forget
That's
about
Mhm.
harmony.
Yeah.
No, you don't
Is there a
use
brand
it.
name of the corn, or is it just
We always called it squaw corn.
squaw
Just
corn?
Indian
Uh-huh.
corn.
Yeah.
And the cob, you was talking about your field corn. The cob on it is large.
Mm-hmm.
The cob on this
Field
squaw
corn,
corn
about
is
Size of your little finger.
Okay.
Oh, brought him a couple of years.
I remember correctly, the rows of corn are even,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
even number.
on the Indian corn.
Yeah.
How come they're even?
That nobody.
I don't know.
the name of that soup is washakata. That's Quapaw soup.
What's the name of it again?
Washakata.
Washakata. Okay. Let me see. What else? What else do you fix? Quapaw foods.
Well, there's the dry bread and the sweet corn.
Grape dumpling.
Grape dumplings. How do you fix grape dumplings?
Anybody that's ever been to a Quapaw dinner knows grape dumpling.
Grape dumplings is nothing more than take grapes, boil them till you get the juice. In fact, I use Welch's grape juice. But the old folks used the wild grapes, in which
Awesome
they
grape.
do have a better
Mhm.
flavor, yes.
Well, I get those grapes in August.
I understood.
Summer grapes, they call
Summer
them.
grapes.
Now, Grandma, Bob's mother, see, I worked with her too. I worked for her for almost 2 years. She said when they were young, they picked those and they hung them up and they dried. In the winter, they pulled them off and they boiled that, and that's where they got their juice for their
Right.
Well,
That's
what kind of grape was it?
Coon grapes or
Coon
summer
grapes.
Coon grape.
part of it. Mix it with flour, and I throw mine out thin. I don't know about other people, but you put sugar in it.
Mhm.
You just drop it in boiling grape juice, and you got grape dumplings. Same way you make any other dumpling.
Let it kind of dry before you drop it in there.
But
What's your recipe for fry bread?
I'm just like everybody else. I take a handful of this and a handful of that. I don't have
I
a
don't think
recipe.
either one of them measures nothing, do they, Bob?
Just like you're making biscuits, only leave your shortening out of the flour.
Now I add a little extra baking powder to mine
Yeah. Mhm.
to make them fluff.
Mhm.
But I think everybody, you just walk in and you take a handful of this and a bucket of that, and you got fry bread. You know.
That's the same with grape dumplings. You don't measure. You just throw it together.
After you made them so many times. And
But the liquid in those dumplings is grape juice
Mhm.
instead of like in other dumplings you use milk or whatever.
Yeah.
But the liquid in your flour is the grape juice,
that's
and
what
that makes
them purple.
the dumplings purple like the grape juice.
And what do you cook it in?
The
Just a
grape juice. Oh,
according to how many you're cooking for. If you're cooking for
No, I mean, what kind of?
a
pan?
stir,
Yeah.
pan,
Yeah.
just any kind. You don't make it any difference.
Long time ago, it was all cast iron, but they,
Yeah.
But whatever, if you're cooking for 300, you use a big pot. You know, it's just a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
if they're gonna have me and Bob, they have to cook that much, don't they?
How long you been married?
45 years in May. Last May was 45 years.
That's a long time to burn woman.
All my life.
40. Where'd y'all meet?
Oh,
Well, She was born out there, and I lived out there.
I think I was dragging Maine the first time I saw it. In Miami. In Miami.
So were you born around here too?
I was born in Fairland. I've been in Promenade for 60-something years.
Promenade. Where's Promenade?
That's where we live.
That's the area that we live, Devil's Promenade.
We live
Why
on
is it
top
called
of
Devil's
Devil
Promenade?
For 60-something years. So
Do you know the history of that
yeah,
word?
everybody calls
That
it
name?
Lincolnville, didn't it?
The only thing I know is what I read.
Yeah,
where-
me
Do you know
too.
why
where
it's
they
called
said that
Devil's
sidewalk
Promenade?
and
Yeah.
those biscuits.
Well, it's always been Devil's Promenade ever since time, I guess.
Well, they said that the devil there's a ledge down underneath the bluff where we live, and where my mother lived, and that is Devil's Promenade, that ledge along there.
The sidewalk all underneath
And,
that bluff.
It's
Yeah.
tall enough where you can walk underneath this overhanging ledge.
River
Yeah.
that goes just above the water level, the sidewalk does, and up above there's a big hole, cave, what they call, well, it's this hole there that's like a throne, and it's out right in the bluff too. Then the Devil's Wash Bowl, the Devil's Sidewalk, Devil's Lookout, and then Lover's Leap, and it was always called Devil's Promenade. And it's biscuits.
Yeah.
The biscuits is on the sidewalk.
They said that he made biscuits and laid them out on the.
Sidewalk, and they're in the rocks. They just
When
raised
they,
up.
when they
up
break
like
those
this.
biscuits open, there's a little eye, a core in there, where they said that's the devil's eye.
Tell me, I've heard for years about the Spook Light. What is that?
No one knows. There've been smart people come down here, and it's been,
Scientists and everything else.
and they don't know what it is.
And it's been here ever since I've been here, ain't you, Bob?
They thought it was reflection.
Sometimes out here with the barn.
Sometimes right there at our house.
And it's been known to, it couldn't be a reflection from a highway like some people say it is, because some people said it went through their car. So
Well, it raises up. You just be standing and the ones that we see, or the lights that we see, maybe it won't even be good light yet. Sun be coming up or
Another
something.
thing, Odie, that
And
hopefully
one time
they wasn't no
there where we
farmers.
live, I looked out
That's
the window
right.
and it was bright. It looked like it was right there beside the house, but it wasn't. It was off by the river somewhere.
Any idea of any legends behind it or anything? Or
I don't know, but when
my mother always said that when she was young, that said she called it jack-o'-lantern, and said it was a light, and she said it'd get you lost. Said it was bad, and not to go out there and try to follow it. Said if you did, said it would get you lost.
lead you.
And just like Pauline said, the old folks about this spook light, they wouldn't mess with it. And they didn't have cars back in those days, but they saw it, and it was just a bad thing that they didn't fool around with.
so it's just comes up in this whole area around here then.
Yeah, most generally it's that way from the river,
Mm-hmm.
from Spring River out here 3 miles. It has been seen on this side.
East of the river.
Yeah, east of the river.
Any
It
certain-
has been seen on this side of the river, hasn't some people claim. Huh?
Roads, they usually park on to observe it. It's this road here if you're going straight across the river.
Is it a certain time of day or certain night or certain time of the month it shows up, or just you never know when?
Bad
Yeah,
nights.
most generally a foggy time is when you see it more. But what always scared me, I've only seen it one time in my whole life. They always told me that I couldn't see it after I was married. Some of the old folks used to say that you won't see it after you get married. But we'd been married 30-some years. It got so bright there at our house one time that I woke her up, and I walked from the kitchen window when I first seen it, outside the house, and around and looked, and then back in the house and woke her up, and she looked, and about 2 hours, Maud called us that Dick had died, you know, in that light. And that always shook me. On account of me and Ick Supino was real buddies and everything, and Ick could talk to us on Saturday night, and he died on Tuesday, and this happened on Tuesday morning that the bright light come to our house. But Maud had called Odie at 8 o'clock that morning. After we seen the light at 8 o'clock that morning, she called Odie, and then she called you at 9, wasn't it? About 9. Called him about 9. But that there's the only time that I ever seen it so bright that I couldn't look at it. But them kind of things just happens, I think.
Do you know what language group the Quapaw language is in?
It's from the Suan family.
Siouan? I think I asked Mr. Whitebird last time I was here, is there any reason why the different tribes split? You know, the Kaw, the Osage Quapaws, and what else?
Sioux, Pompous and Sioux.
Any reason why they split?
Well, I don't know. We're known as the downstream people.
Where does that downstream people come from? What's the meaning of the downstream people?
They went down Mississippi, or Missouri, wasn't it? The Arkansas, wasn't it, Bob?
Yeah, you mentioned they came down the Ohio.
The other tribes went up Missouri, I believe it was, and the Quapaw went downstream down the Arkansas.
Isn't that what your name
The Osage, I think, came directly west.
Yeah.
Just going across.
They
Yeah,
come
the
across
word,
land and the other two tribes went.
The word Quapaw, Ogofpa, that's what that means, downstream people. That's what we call ourselves, Ogofpa.
Where does the word Quapaw come from?
Well,
It was, at one time it was spelled different. In the history it's spelled different, ain't it?
Well, I found etymology there is over 100 different ways.
right.
Yeah, and it's that way in Washington, ain't it? It's spelled different and all the way through.
We're known as
It still means
Kansas,
the same thing.
Geiger, a lot of, but where it came from, I don't know.
But you'll find it spelled different.
But our tribal name, Ogofpa, that's a Quapaw language.
Yeah.
There's a French version, Spanish version.
Yeah. And then that ones in Arkansas was different yet, wasn't it? Yeah, that was French, wasn't it? That QP AU or whatever it is.
I see it spelled KWA, Quapaw.
Yeah, yeah, it's spelled that way.
So, are you a member of the tribe, Quapaw tribe?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Cherokee Shawnee.
You're Cherokee Shawnee. Have your own inter-tribal powwow going on.
Yeah, she's Cherokee, and I'm Cherokee Shawnee. He's full-blood Quapaw. She's Cherokee. Eastern Shawnee and Quapaw. And we got a red-headed grandson.
I'd like basic words like, mother, father, house.
Mother is Inda.
105.
Inda. It's
Yeah.
mother.
Mm-hmm.
Father is Intate. Grandmother is Incon. Aunt, a younger aunt is Indajiga, and an older aunt is Indioho.
Why the difference? Younger and
Well,
older.
see that just separates the two. But let you know that you're talking to the youngest aunt, not the oldest.
That's same with first son, first daughter.
What would those words be?
Well, the oldest boy would be Kage, and the first girl would be Winna. And that's the problem that we had with our youngest granddaughter. The oldest granddaughter has an Indian name. Maud Supernal gave her Indian name, which meant woman chief, and we feel that that was a good name. And that the way you say that is Wahu Gahige. That's her Indian name. But her sister, she's 17 months younger. Maud died after that, and nobody can give Indian names after she died. So I told my daughter, I said, well, since no, that's a second
Yeah.
girl is Winna. That's what I call my youngest granddaughter. And that means second girl.
How is the sentence structure of the Quapaws?
Backwards.
It's backwards.
Like in your French or other languages, it's similar in that way.
If he had a sentence like, I am going to town.
Town, I'm going. Like, you'd say, I'm going to Quapaw. You'd say, Ogofpaton, da, tabi da. That means Quapaw, town, the town of Quapaw. Da, there, tabi da. I'm going.
Now give him a hard word.
Light.
Lightning.
It's
Like
Chekachise.
now thunder.
That's
Old thunder.
Gunini, that means thunder that, that you hear it and it just travels a long ways. And Ganitunga, that means that real hard thunder that just pounds, Ganitunga.
When she writes that out for somebody, I'm telling you that's something. I've tried to learn that all my life. But she writes it. And when she writes them words, it's hard to say.
It is in the written language. Anybody that writes it, and knows a word, why, they just write it phonetically, just like it sounds to them. And that's the only way that I know how to do.
The way she writes it, you couldn't even read it.
So has the language been written down?
No.
No.
Just like I say, just if they write it, well, they just write it like it sounds to them. But as far as the Cherokees, they have a written language. The 5 civilized tribes, they all have alphabets, and but the Quapaws don't.
So there's no alphabet as such in the Quapaw language.
The way she's wrote it, different way. She could hand it to me and you, and we'd say it different than what she'd say.
Mm-hmm.
The way I look at it, I can tell what I'm supposed to say, but saying it like she's got it wrote, it's impossible.
Well, Maud, when, you know, she used to come and stay with us a lot. You know,
Mm-hmm.
for, I guess 30 years she stayed with us, you know. And she would tell me words, and I wrote them down. I've got those.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't sound like
What
She said it,
yeah.
like she said it.
Yeah.
No, like she said
not
it.
when, because it's just something that I couldn't catch.
Yeah.
What would house be?
Gee,
Gee.
to me, I write that CHEE. And you might write it some other way. Gee.
Or she's let them copy. There's some of these men from the colleges
Mm-hmm.
copied, and she'd say the word, and they could not copy it.
Is the Quapaw family matrilineal or patrilineal? Is it through the mother or the father lineage?
Well, the Jens now, they followed the mother, didn't they? Your clan, what, are you a bird clan?
Let's see. I believe so.
Yeah.
So you follow the mother's line then.
Right.
Okay.
But me, my father being Shawnee, I don't know whether other families have done that or not, but he put me on the Shawnee roll. And my mother said, well, since he did that, she said, you go by his clan, which is Snake. So each tribe had different clans that they went by,
Mm-hmm.
the Jens, you know. And I asked her, I said, well, why did they do that? And she said, well, if you're like a Snake clan, you wouldn't marry somebody in the same clan. You'd be related to them. And she said that was a way of dividing them, you know, and keeping them.
Right. How many clans in the Quapaws?
Oh my, I don't know.
I don't know either.
20, wasn't it? 20 something. 28.
Well, there's
Where
elk,
did I see that
elk
28?
clan, bird clan, snake.
Eagle.
Well, that'd be bird.
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Buffalo. Deer clan.
Well, that'd be related to elk.
Yeah.
What are the names in Quapaw, the clans? Like the elk clan, what would that be?
I don't know.
If there's no alphabet as such, how are words formed in the Quapaw language? If there's no alphabet.
It's just from mouth to ear, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
If you was fortunate enough to have lived back in the time when they taught Quapaw and retained it, you know, from memory, then you passed it on down.
Mm-hmm. What about like the verbs?
Now they had plenty of nouns. Yeah, but verbs. Yeah, they had verbs. They had adjectives, you know, pretty and all that.
What is pretty?
I guess that'd be hoto. that means good. That could, goes over a wide area.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the words are used in different ways. Like hoton would be pretty, or it could be you're good. It just whatever the noun you used.
Does the Quapaw language have a finite number of words in it? Just a certain number?
I suppose they did have, when back, when the old folks were here. They had a large vocabulary, but I don't
It's
know.
not like English that you pick up words from everywhere.
Oh, no. Mama used to have company, and they'd be sitting around at the table. One instance, they had Jello on the table. There's no word for Jello, no word for airplane or anything like that. But she said they all laughed. One of the ladies said, "Pass me that shaky stuff, that red shaky stuff," and they all laughed, because they had made up that word for Jello.
Mm-hmm.
But so that word for shaky stuff would be wagagaha. And
what about animal names like dog, horse, cow? What would they be?
horse is shogalgany. Dog is shungak. The word horse means dog sat on it. Like I sat on the dog. It means a large. A chicken is sikka, and a turkey would be sikka tunga. That means a big chicken. Tunga is big. It would be a big chicken.
You said Bigfoot buzzard was?
Heckatunka. That's right, isn't it?
I don't know.
That's what Grandma taught me.
Really?
Grandma said,
What is it?
oh, heckatunka.
Heck, that's buzzard.
And another thing, a long time ago when I was young, and I was amongst the Quapaws and the Senecas and all the old folks, maybe you'd see them. If there's in that room there, a bunch of us kids was in this room, and we started going in that room. One of them old folks told us to get out of that room. We better get out of that room. Because they was talking maybe business or visiting, and they just didn't want them young kids around. And if you didn't get out, you got a whipping. It didn't make any difference whichever one got up, whether there's any kin to you or not. You got it, didn't you? When they told you to get out of that room or get away, and if there's out the promenade around the powwow and there's a whole bunch of sitting around there visiting and a bunch of kids coming yelling and screaming and kicking a football or playing baseball, and they said get, you got. You listen to them old folks or you got in trouble right quick.
What do you call a combat? Something they had on the end of it.
I don't know.
What do you say for sugar? Sweet.
Well, shungas today.
Then hay on the end of it, and that pecan bear.
Well, shungas today. Butter. Shungas today. Boy, I'm dense today.
I used hard today, that's one reason.
Massanuttons is butter.
Okay, then you add that to the
Yeah.
sweet butter,
Sweet.
butter sweet would be then what? Be turned around.
Yeah, it'd be backwards.
I know they used to tell me that when I had pounds and I didn't know what they said. But I learned real quick. When you work and you learn.
What was it?
Washungaskide Massanuttons. That means sweet butter.
Mm-hmm.
Be like your pecan butter.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You said when this lady died, no one else could give names.
Right.
Did she have a right to give names, or
Yes.
what gave her the authority?
Her father was the last hereditary chief.
Mm-hmm. That was, what was his name?
Tall chief.
That was Tall Chief. That
Mhm.
was
Louis Angel.
Louis Angel.
Uh-huh.
And so now no one else has the
No.
power or authority to give
No.
names.
Her oldest son would have, had he been eligible, spoke the language and all, I suppose he would have been the one to have passed that on to, wouldn't he, Bob? It was the oldest, in her case, see, he didn't have a son, Tall Chief didn't have a son. He just had this daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So he passed this on down to her. But had he had a son, it would have gone to him.
Yes. Why is the number 4 important to Quapaws?
Well, that's the 4 directions.
Is that the main reason?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Because we talked last time, and when there's a death, it's like you bury him on the 4th day.
Mm-hmm.
You use 4 things.
And they have a feast for 4 years after a memorial feast
Mm-hmm.
for 4 years,
How often is the feast?
yearly.
So once a year
Mhm.
for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is it on
The day of the
the
burial.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
The first one is
Mm-hmm.
at noon.
Besides the burial customs, are any of the old customs being continued?
Not that I know of. Do you?
So
They don't even play football no
Mm-mm.
more.
Don't have races no more.
So-
Don't have races no more. Don't have no foot races. Don't have no foot. Well, I guess the last foot race was when me and you had that one
When
down
Maud
there.
Supinall was alive, well, she had races early in the morning
why
before
would you have a
breakfast.
race? What was
Well, that was just one of the customs
And if
for the
you
young
won,
people, you know.
Like if you won and she had you in this race, she'd maybe cancel 1 or 2 out. It's too big, too old. She knows. And she'd have this race, and if you won this race, she'd have a little piece of ribbon, 5, 6 inches long. And most generally, if you didn't have a hole right here in your shirt, she'd tie that little ribbon on there, and you was eligible to wear that little ribbon all day. I won a race one time, way back in the 30s, and boy, I thought I was the fastest kid they was in the country because I won that race. I was the biggest one, I think, too, that she let run.
Mm-hmm.
But I won that race, and she tied that ribbon on my shirt, and I can remember that. And that was way back in 28 or 30s, back in there, because it was after they moved up on the hill, Bob.
What's that word they use?
Or no, it was across the river.
Michigan.
At the old stop, it was across the
Oh
river.
no, that's beer.
Oh, yeah. Well, the way-
Descriptive.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What's that word?
That's the word for beer. Descriptive.
And
That's
that's his word.
pretty bad word.
What does it mean, or should I ask?
Well,
You know how a cow,
cow when they wet, you know how it foams up.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it means.
Okay.
Descal, that means a beef.
Mm-hmm.
Deja means to wet, and ne is water. And whiskey is niche.
Anything?
But there weren't any swear words in Quapaw.
There's no swear words.
There's no swear words.
No real
But
bad
the only
language.
bad word that my mother said that they could say was the devil, and I don't know that word.
And what did you say the word for whiskey is?
Ni shiga. I mean, ni is water, shiga is bad water.
Bad water.
Did you get the beer?
Yeah. Are there certain occasions, ceremonies when the Quapaws have a dance? Or why do the Quapaws dance?
They always called it friendship.
Well,
Friendship.
Friendship get together, they called it. They used to call it picnic. When her father had them years ago, they called them picnics. And the picnics and, well, when Bob's mother was alive and her mother was alive and all of their folks was alive and then way back in the 25s, and then they were called picnics, and they'd just all get together and they'd have the eats and dinner and the supper, and everybody, if you was invited to eat at someone's table, you better eat, even though you just got through eating at this table, and they invited you over to eat at that table, you better eat at that table too.
How come?
Well, that was just the way they done, wasn't it, Mom? You
kind of a disgrace if you don't eat, but even though you just drink coffee, you had to do that. It's just
Like
a
a-
courtesy, you know.
like
For
if Bob invited me to come to this house, and I just got through eating in my house, and he'd say, "Want you to eat?" He'd say, "Well," I'd say, "I'll just eat, but I'll take some coffee." That was the same. And that was the same way with if he wanted you to sit down and eat, and you just got through eating over at that table over there. Well, it was just their belief that you were supposed to eat again, or it was you was a disgrace for not eating, or they get mad at you.
One of the visitors that used to come up here, he'd go and he'd all the tables, I think. One behind Rufus twin.
Well, him and Ernest Prophet. No, not Ernest. Bill Prophet. Remember how Bill Prophet used to go? You know, Bill, if he was invited, he was a Eastern Shawnee, but if he come up amongst the Quapaws, well, if he started at this table over here, and it was Whitebird table or Grandma Farr's table or someone's table, and they'd motion, "You better sit down and eat," man. Boy, he went to all of them. He'd say, "When I get away from the picnic powwow," said, "I'm always full." But we had different names for different things back when we was young. Like when she was young, well, maybe she wasn't allowed to, after dark, run around where boys was or anything, but us boys, we'd try anything once, didn't we? Of course, me and Bob never did get in trouble.
well, children weren't supposed to play out after dark.
Yeah, we did. No.
I still don't allow Cindy to. I just don't believe it.
No.
What kind of games you play as a child?
Oh,
Baseball.
Like- Farmer in the Dale, tag, races.
Why were the races? Was it an important custom to have races in the morning?
Apparently, Uh-huh.
Was this every morning or just a certain?
No,
No,
just a
just
certain,
during the
when
picnic
they
or
had,
powwow.
Mm-hmm.
had their annual get-together.
Now, they used to a long time ago too, before school started. Them days we all went away to school, Indian schools. And Haskell, Chilocco, Seneca. And before school would start, well, most generally in the last of August or September, most generally started school. But in July, they'd always try to have picnic.
For the dead.
Her dad would have what they call Hampton Power picnic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And her dad run it for 4 and 5 days or week, just everybody. Like they'd have 50 or 100 tents. And he'd have men hard to put those tents up. And everybody come visit had a tent where they'd have a place to sleep. Of course, back in them days, they come in buggies and wagons and what have you. There where we live, well, it was right out in our pasture there where Tall Chief's buried now. And it was just a big picnic. And maybe there'd be 100 tents there. And when it was across the river, well, they had tents there the same way, didn't they? All up and down the river, and then crossed on the east side. But they never allowed them to camp on the south side across the river.
How come?
Well, there was always a way to get into the camp. But they never would allow tents in the old stomp ground across the river on the south side. They just, well, that's where everybody parked their wagon, and each one had a tent, and that's where they stayed. They'd call it so-and-so's camp. Just like Bob's mother always had Whitebird Camp. Her mother'd have Hampton Camp, and maybe her Grandma Farr's Camp. And then they finally built shacks and screened them in, and they had long cook shacks. And well, your mother had one, and Odie's grandma had a cook shack, and Alec Beaver had a cook shack, and Maud and them had a cook shack. And
How big is the cook shack?
Mrs. Schlegel, Grandma Schlegel had a cook shack, and Maud Supino had a cook shack, about as long as this house.
Yeah.
They're screened in maybe, and tables all in the middle, and if you got in, you eat. And
They used to get the young girls, they'd go out and get limbs off the tree, and those girls would stand and shoo the flies away from the food while the people ate.
And it, that was, they'd have family affairs.
What kind of meal they serve there? What kind of food?
Grape dumpling, beef, hominy, everything was good to eat. Fried bread,
How
chicken.
Yeah.
How often do they get?
All over the rice, somebody might say, pass the raisins.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, if you remember, we'd have brown beans. We'd have big old pots of brown cooked on big old kettles, wouldn't they? Big old kettles, and you take big old pot of brown beans with a lot of old hog throwed in there, and boy, a lot of camps had that, if you remember.
How
And
often?
they'd have fried beef, fried pork, and grape dumplings, dry corn, pork, fried bread, cakes. If you was a visitor, a lot of times you bring cake that big, wouldn't you, Bob? If you was a visitor coming up from Osage country or coming up from south, or Senecas come up here, or Cherokees come up here, cook a cake in it.
Go butcher beef in the morning, pass it out, and then be eating it that day.
Sure did.
They'd come over to my house one time, and Bob come over and looked, and you picked out a beef, wasn't it? And they butchered it. Ed Holden and them butchered it, and then throwed it in that tank of water, and them 300 pounds of ice, and they took it right out of there.
Well, they killed a buffalo across the river one year, remember?
Yeah.
And cut it up, and we was all eating it that evening.
How often would you get together for these picnics?
Well, once a year, It was always
usually.
most generally twice a year though.
And what time of the year would you get together?
Well, just before school, they'd always try to have a picnic. Well, the 4th of July.
In August, and then they had one in July.
Now they have one still on 4th of July. It's always been on 4th of July ever since I can remember. It's always been 4th of July. Ever since I can remember, there's always been one 4th of July, and that old timers called it picnic. Now they call it powwow. The old timers called it picnic.
Is there a Quapaw word for picnic? For this big celebration they would have?
No. Dance, we call it dance, which would be Osha.
Osha.
But they'd have there wasn't too many feather dancers or fancy dancers. It was mostly stomp dancing, and of an evening, they'd all visitors sat around. Maybe they'd have a card game or
Well, they
Indian
had
dice.
the Quapaw dance, duck dance.
Yeah,
Uh,
They had a gourd dance, according to,
yeah, a long time
Gourd
ago.
dance?
Yeah, the gourd dance
according to
was a long
legend, but
time
I don't
ago.
know what
And
that was done.
that duck
Yeah.
dance and
turkey dance.
turkey dance, and then early in the morning,
That turkey dance was done real early in the morning.
just after daylight.
Now they do it afternoons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
supposed
it
to be
used to
done
be,
at break of day.
Yeah.
you know, and they used to go around camps, you know, all around the campground.
And they used to
Turkey
play
dance.
football, and they'd have a bet game. And every family, I guess, every Quapaw family had rolls of ribbon, that pretty ribbon that you don't see nowadays. It's as wide, about 3 inches wide. There'd be strips of it, maybe 6 foot long, and they'd come by each camp, 2 men holding onto a rope, and if you had your bet, well, you bet against a woman bet against the man, and whenever the game was whoever won, well, you got that bet.
If women
And,
played the men,
the women played the men. The women throw the ball and the men kick it.
it's made out of deer. About
Yeah.
that big.
It's rough.
And a long time ago, if they bet game, kids didn't get in there unless they was grown folks, and they had an old folks dance. Old folks game, and then they'd try to have one where like from 20 on up maybe for an hour or so, and they got rough, didn't they?
What was the object of the game? How did you win the game?
Get
Gold,
most of them.
they were
Points.
points.
Was it set up like football today, or?
No,
Oh,
the
no.
goalposts about
The
this
goal
wide.
posts, yeah.
The women guarded,
apart,
the men
4
was
feet.
maybe going that way, and the women guarded that post. The men was trying to kick it
Yeah,
to
it's
them.
about as wide as that. About
Yeah, about right here.
5
Just about
foot.
as tall,
What about
and
8 feet by 4 feet?
yeah, just
Yeah.
poles
Yeah.
And
stuck
they,
in the ground.
if it went over those poles, like if it went as high as the ceiling
Yeah.
there, that was too high. It didn't count.
It had to go through there.
Had to go,
It
where
had to
those
go through there.
poles are.
It goes through on the ground, or it goes through any way to get through them women.
Well, I'll tell you, the funny thing, used to, if a man threw the ball, we'd throw him down and take his clothes off.
Yeah, or pull his pants off.
Yeah, I
Or
never
no
will forget
shirt.
taking Moxie Kai's pants off.
Wow.
I never will forget that.
I
He didn't have
never
no
will
shorts on.
forget that. They took my pants off down there one time across the river.
So the men had to kick the ball and the women threw it.
Yeah, and if the men happened to pick it up and done like that and throwed it, it was too bad. They about 3 women got him, and
What if
we had rough women
could
in
a
them
woman
days.
kick the ball?
No, a woman throwed it.
If the woman kicked it, what would the men do?
Men throw her down. She got roughed up.
But the old grandmothers, they were allowed to walk
With it.
with it to the woman's goal post. And of course, the older men about their age, they'd get in front of them and
Not
kind
touch
of
them.
kind of head them off like they do in basketball, you know. They'd try to head them off, and but usually they made their point, you know.
But if they
let 'em
got up
go.
there and they touched them, and them women just kept walking, and they had that ball just like that. And if they kept walking, and they didn't go run, they just kept walking like that. Them men didn't touch them.
But nowadays, I'd hate for
I would
myself,
too.
as old as I am, I'd hate to try that. I'd get, whoa.
They
They-
kill you now.
they'd tackle you.
They ain't got no rules.
There's
anymore.
no,
Do they still play the game?
oh yeah.
But
Oh,
there's
Once in a while,
rules
hardly ever.
out in Quapaw, Delaware country. They still play it quite a bit, but they don't have no rules anymore.
But the Quapaws,
they have
they
rules.
don't play.
Is the game a certain length? I mean, is it
About
played for certain?
300 foot.
Okay.
It's set up, and then this guy that's out in the middle, the one that
We
throws
used
the
to
ball
play
up,
every Sunday, didn't
Yeah,
after a
Oh,
goal is
Promenade.
made, he throws
sure
it up.
did.
we? I still say that's the
And
best
he's,
ground.
then he has scorekeeper on this side of the
They've
field and
run that
scorekeeper
down
over
by
there.
the rocks.
Oh,
Well, years ago,
And
when me
that,
and Bob was young,
those
they
ditches
most
they
generally
made.
just had one old folks
And I
on
don't
one
know
side
if
and
it
one
did
on
any
the other,
good.
wasn't it? And they had rocks, and they'd just move those rocks over, like if they was men, they moved the men over here and the women over here. And pretty soon, when it got to 11 or however that man was throwing that ball up, he'd say, "We're going 21. Well, if it went to 20, then he'd let them know that it was 20, or that somebody come and look to see if they 20 or getting close to 20, and that word would get around, and they'd really play hard.
So one goal was 1 point.
Yeah, if a man kicked it through, it was 1 point. And if a woman throwed it through, it was 1 point. And the women went one way and the men went another.
You say when the old grandma would carry the ball, how old would a
Oh,
grandma have to be?
65 or 70, her age.
And she pretty much made a point of
Yeah, always. They let her walk through.
Now-
Me and Bob, if we
I could
if
see
we
me
got the
getting a
ball
walk
and
through.
started
They
kicking
knocked
it,
me down.
Oh yes.
back in the
They
old
put
days,
no respect
we was old
nowadays.
like we are now. Well, if we kicking it, they didn't try to throw us down, but nowadays they do. They just jerk your legs out from underneath you or anything. But
So-
then they'd let you kick it. Maybe you'd kick it right in somebody's face, or kick it just from here to his cane or something. But they didn't bother you too bad if you kicking at it was a ball. They didn't throw you down like they do now.
so even if an old
Unless it was Mabel, DeShane, or Stella.
yeah.
Or,
We got pictures.
well, yeah, or Christina Stan.
Yeah.
There was
Oh,
no
really?
way to run Christina Stan down. She got that ball, there ain't nobody can catch her.
So even an old man that was even 70s or 80s, however old, still had to kick the ball.
Yeah, but he never, what I mean,
Yeah.
if he was old and they knowed
Oh,
it,
that's priceless.
back in them days, if he'd doing like that and trying to kick it, these younger ones didn't jump, younger women didn't jump on him and hurt him. They didn't hurt each other back in them days. They done it for the sport that was in it. Nowadays, they don't care if they break you on and kill you,
Oh,
or, it's not that way in the last 20 years.
if you do,
What's the
let me know.
Quapaw word for the game? Is there a
Yeah, football, Mom. What's a Quapaw word?
I don't know. I don't
That
know
ball.
that word. I don't know that word.
But it was a game.
Another game I had was called a hand game.
Yeah.
how's that played?
I can tell you more about it than I can. All I know is I had some sticks for counters.
Well, it says
Shells.
10. There's 10 over here and 10 over here. And there's 2 scorekeepers. And you got some there. Did you?
You hid
Whatever
the
they used.
You hid them shells
Things like
behind
that.
them.
can.
And the drum
They
was
had
playing
one
all
kind
the
of
time.
shell.
Yes.
Hey, and then there's drumming and singing out there all the time. And they'd know the minute, they'd know the minute, and then Now Bob's gonna hide that. This is what they call a hand game. And he put that behind him and do like that. And I'm guessing him. I'm trying to find out which one. Now if I do like that, I mean, see? And if I said that, it's supposed to be in that hand. It ain't there.
Yeah.
But it's over here, see?
He won a point, see.
I got a, Bob got a point. I didn't get a point.
Okay, so you had to
But-
guess the hand the shell is in.
Yeah.
Right.
You have to watch some of them, of course, some of them's good enough
To hold it and you
throw
can't
that bean
tell.
over there in that other hand while you're.
Yeah, they're fast enough that they can shift that.
So you had 10 people, 10
10 sticks.
10 sticks.
You had 10 sticks here and 10 sticks here.
Okay.
And they were colored sticks and they're about this long. And they're just little old bitty things. You cheat me.
I'm dead.
Let him guess. Hey, let him guess. Now wait till she puts it in a hand. Now guess which hand.
Whoop, missed. I was gonna cheat and I didn't.
She was trying to get it over in that other hand fast, see? Some of
I
them
used
was
to be
good.
pretty good
Hey.
at that. Old Raymond Stan,
Yeah.
he'd grab my hand. But I
Well,
used to do
they
that.
do it like this too. Hey, they got doing it like that. Down old Sage Country now, they still do it like that. Whoa,
And if you got all the sticks you want.
no, when them sticks is over here, that side win.
Okay.
Yeah, like they're all over
And then
on
they get
this
up
side.
and they dance.
That
Yeah, and
they go by sides, his side.
but she's on
Used
one
to be
side,
the
me and
men
Bob's on
against
the
the
other.
women.
See? Yeah, women over there and men over here.
Well, how many shells are there?
Just one.
Just one shell.
Two.
Well, yeah,
You have
each
two
side.
people playing
Yeah,
it.
two
Right.
people.
And
up
is the
guessing.
shell passing person to person?
Like him and I
Yeah.
would be playing the same time.
Yeah.
So she'd have a shell and I'd have a shell, and I'd give it to Bob and she'd give it to Odie.
Okay.
See? And her side would be the women and my side would be the men. Well, and I'm trying to guess over here, but I'm over there guessing on them women. And she's over here guessing on the men. See?
No, there's two sitting side by
Yeah,
side. Joe.
two
Yeah.
play together.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
See,
Two shells.
like Odie and I'd be sitting here and we're playing partners. She'll have a shell and I've got one.
Yeah, two shells.
And then the way you guess, you know,
Yeah.
down in the middle is there's
Yeah.
two middle hands.
Hmm.
If you swing it to one side, that would be like this hand and that one.
Yeah.
You swing it to the other
You
side.
just
it'd
get
be
one
left
point
and
a
right.
lot of times.
There's
And then other times, if you guessed right on both of them, you got two.
Okay.
You got two of those sticks moved over.
They had a pointer. That meant for our inside hands. Go this way and this on the outside.
And then you'd hold it in
I'd
the
show
middle,
you a set,
hold
but
it
I
in the
don't
middle,
know
and
what
I'd
that
say
is.
both of the inside
I'm
hand.
gonna make me
See, and
know
there's a
how
long
to play
stick
that.
that you held.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
guesser did. It was quite a
Right.
game.
Beaded
And then we had we have Indian dice game. Long time ago, we had Indian
They
dice games, and there's Indian dice is really hard to explain, but you'd see a whole bunch sitting around, have a pillow,
Mhm.
and the pillow would be out in the middle of them, and this Indian dice was in that bowl, and they'd hit it on that pillow like that, do like that, and then change, and they'd count it. And then it was played for money though, mostly, wasn't it?
Always.
Always, it was always played for
I
silver.
know on Sundays, but they just have some of them come over and come over and visit, and there'd be one there on the recreation. They would have a dice game,
Down in
and
the
they
basement, we had,
decide to bet food. And they bet some kind of dish on the game. And had to play it. Maybe next Sunday when we met together, they'd all bring that food, and that's what they had to eat.
and then the Bob mother would have it in here in this room, maybe the dice game, and downstairs here, or we'd have the poker game going. The men would be down there.
That's where it later turned out.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the old
old
folks.
ways, huh?
No.
But after me and you.
Yeah.
After we was married.
What's the Quapaw word for friend?
Gouda.
Buddha. What about brothers, sisters?
Name.
Mm-hmm.
That's the cousin comes
I've
in
got
there
to go
too.
get Cindy. She's
there's-
at scout meeting.
It's the same word
I'll be
as
back in a few
brother
minutes.
or a sister.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't thought about these words in a long time, and they do. You know, when you can't hear them.
And she ain't got nobody to talk to me, and I can't say 'em back to her, so there ain't nothing.
Right now, I can't think of sister or brother,
Mm-hmm.
but we do have a word for them,
Look in your
and they
files
mean
there.
cousin.
Do you have like commands like go?
Yeah. Or come here, which is gui. Come here, gui. Sit down, ositji. One for go out or go outside. I can't think of it.
Going to town too.
Is there a word for like you, yourself? Or
Me,
the word, yeah, me.
you is gia. Me, we. Everybody, isani. Oh, yeah, isani. Everybody.
What's husband? Wife.
Waho, I guess is wife. That means woman. Nika is man.
Like I'm going to town.
I've got some words here that are from my mother, and like I said, it's been a long time since I've looked at these. Uncle is Witege. Aunt, the youngest, Indajiga, and that means little mother. And the older aunt is Indanyohu, and mother is Inda. Father Intate. Grandfather Wichiko. Grandmother Inda Enkon. God Wakonta. And the chief Gahige. The president Reagan, he'd be known as Gahige. Wajini Gahige. That means white chief. Here it is, a cousin or older sister, Witonge, and a brother or a cousin is Wisonge, and a baby girl or young girl is Shami, and a second girl is Winna, and a boy is, like my grandson, about 7 years old, along there, Chateau. And an older boy is Kage. And here it is. My husband is Nika Wite. And son-in-law is Witonta. A Frenchman, Istege. And a white man is Wajini. A Negro is Instagesha. And a Quapaw is Ogotha. A Shawnee Indian is Shawana. A Cherokee Indian is Shadaki. And Pahuska, the town, is Pahiska, and that means whitehead. Pa is the head. Ska is white. And Osage is Washashi. And Tulsa, the town of Tulsa is Nizhny Taushi. Like I was going to say, I'm going to go to Tulsa. Nizhny Taushi, Dabi da. That means I'm going to Tulsa. And Baxter Springs up here it's in Kansas where they all did their trading, And that's Nizhny Ton. I've heard Mama and Grandma say Nizhny Ton, Dabi da. No, going to Baxter. Nebraska, Nebraska. And the up to 10, counting from 1 to 10, is Michji, 2, Naba, 3, Dabani, 4, Toa, 5, Sato, 6, Shape, 7, Pinaba, 8, Bidabana, 9, Shonka, 10, Kadabana, and 100 is he. And fish is ho, horse, Shogagni, beef, Teska, pork, Washin, chicken, Sikka, rooster, Sikkanika, and egg, Sikwita, and dog, Shonga, rain, Niji, it's going to rain, Nijita, thunder, Ganashika, and big thunder, Ganitunga, lightning, Chikachisa, fire, Bete, tobacco, Donni, smoke or snake, Wisa, day, Umbade, and walk, Monet, and a girl's dress is Chamois, Wate. Chamois is a girl, Wate is the dress. And a lady's slip is pants like a man's trousers. Nityojishi. That means your buttocks covered up. Dishi, it means to cover up. And I'll never forget this. I used to tell my grandma, you want to go to the show? She couldn't talk English. Very few words she knew. And I'd tell her, Inkon wagaga hespunkide teshpunta. And that means moving, something moving. Wagaga hespunkide. Do you want to go? Teshpunta. do you want to go to the show or see that moving thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, man.
hat, pahogna, mm-hmm. And I'm sick. Hot damn me cat. Like I'd say you're tall. Gia stette me cat. Gia, that means you. Stette is tall. That stette could also be used, like I said a while ago. Words are used for different things. It could be long, like a long table, stette, or in this instance, it's tall. Eat is one up there, and I asked you to eat. I said, gee, one up there. Or I eat, we one up there. And to hurt, like, you know, an ache, ida. And on, or like put this on the table. Ashi. An eagle is gadok. Red is, the color red is jita. And here's a word for football. I'm not too familiar with it. It was told to me by another person. Quapaw, I guess. All right, and get up, get up. Or I get up, we get up. We get up, it means everybody. Isen get up. I offhand, my vocabulary, I'd say it'd be over 100 words or more. Here's some family names. It's my mother's aunt. Her name was Kada. And my grandmother was Tamihi, and my grandfather was Kadatohi, and my mother was Tammi. I am Anomitahi, and my sister, my full sister, Ernestine Hampton, she was Mitahi. And my son's name wasn't Jihi, that's a Quapaw name, and Yana's, or my daughter's name, Quapaw name is Skobich. No, that's her Shawnee name. Her Quapaw name is Miss Gachina. And some of these are repetitious. Head is Pahi. Where is Hagi? Where are you going? Hagita. a long time, like the Junhi and flour, mahinta, and dirty, onishige, and smell is banon. Like if you heard smell something really bad, like a skunk or something, you'd say banon shiga. Banon is smell, shiga is bad. And to swim is hida. And house is ji. And come here is Ua. Hurry is Ochichi. Butter is Mozani Wekaji. Mozani is milk. Wekaji is grease, or you know. And coffee is Makosha. Tea is Mahini. And water is Ni. Pop, like a Coke or whatever, Nipotre. And cold is Snehi. An Indian is Jojite. Black man is Inta. Instagesha. I think I gave you French.
You ain't giving tobacco yet, though.
Yep.
Yeah. Foot is C. Big is Tonga. And fat is Shihin. And toothpick is Higa Shogabote. Cabbage is Abijikono. And corn is Watonji. Grapes is Hazi. And grape dumplings is Hazi Dani. Onions is Shinga. And rice is tomatoes is Monkojita Shonshon. Beans is Hombaniga. Irish potatoes is Do Shonsho. Shonsho means round. And sweet potatoes is tostete. Now there's another word for that word, stete, that means long potatoes. And soup is tonyoho. And gravy is wekatoto. Salt is niskide. Pepper, hazisegon. Sugar, washon. Oh. Oh, brother. Washongaskide. And syrup is Washongaskide dokto. bread is waske, cake waske skide. Bread is waske, skide is sweet. Pie, widow dishy. That means that another word for that dishy. It means to cover up, you know. And foot and head. I gave you that. And what do you want? Tato spunta. Yes is a. No is honji. And did you see it? Idade. And born, to be born is itade. And talk is iya. And loud talking is iyas sota. Outside is osiki. And I'm going outside isachi bedobni. A lot of these are just repetitious. I tried to make a little booklet for my children, you know, Christmas, and that's why I got so many copies here. I was going to give them a copy of all these words and let them keep it.
She made a tape of the Lord's Prayer.
Yeah.
It really sounds good. Our granddaughter does it in sign language while she done it talking in Quapaw language.
Can you say the Lord's Prayer now?
From the paper I can.
Yeah. Would you?
Yeah.
She can really say it. Old Andre can, you know, say it in the sign language while we made a copy of all of the grandchildren.
This is our Lord's Prayer. Intate vokunta, odate gie hoton. Gie washkuntange give. Via dota agite. Monica dado gie wakunta gie. De homba de waske izeni konta. Via I teka shigehi de ji. Itika shigehi tun zeni dije. Itika shigehi Monet vie honji. Innoji vie fijitun. Washkuntoge jie. Washpunhi etunta bidoge jie. Amen.
She put that on tape for all of her grandchildren.
And the English translation with Intate Wakunta, that's Father God. Your name is good, and your power has come, and thy will be done. We keep going straight ahead. On earth as it is in heaven, on earth here and in your God house. Give us this day our daily bread. this day bread that we want, and forgive us our debts. Something very bad, take it away. And as we forgive our debts, something bad, take something very bad from everybody, take it away. And lead us not into temptation, something very bad, walk with us not, but deliver us from evil, defend us evil from. See, it's backwards. For thine is the kingdom or strength is yours, and the power forever. The power is forever yours.
She wrote that about 2 nights.
No, it wasn't 2 nights
Well, I
either.
know you worked on it for about, 2 nights I know of. She never did go to bed. And I'd hear her in there. And then when she got ready to put it on tape, why, she said it to herself, I think, over in that bedroom about all one night. And then she got
About
it
a
where she
month
didn't-
there, I was really didn't do anything but that. Just
But she got to reading, the stuff that she wrote, and she got to where she could just put it all in sentences, just got good. By studying that way, and she can study like if she kind of worried when she come over here today, but if she'd been where she really been looking at her stuff, she could sit there and never had to look. But you gotta keep with it.
So who's this picture up there in the wall? In the middle?
His mother.
Flora Whitebird.
Or Whitebird? Okay, well I think we have a good tape. Thank you.
We'll visit with them.
No, but, when you said, Maud went outside and got the name, she always had me sit with her.
She did.
Yes, I was right here, built a fire there.
Yeah.
She'd had Bob to leave, and she called me her daughter in there.
Well,
And I sat with her while she got dozens of names. And I've got them all written down, the names that I've got.
well, whenever she did that for me, well, it was in the summertime, where she could go out and build a fire outside.
Oh, she'd say, let's build it in here. And we'd sit down. I'd put a blanket on the floor, and we'd sit down, put her things there. And we'd build this little fire. Bob would have the sticks ready. And then she wanted him out of the room. And I'd sit there with her, because she called me her daughter. And that's what we did.
How would she arrange the things on the floor? Or...
Well, she asked me not to reveal this. This is something that
yeah.
she just...
In that same way with the Shawnees, when I got my Shawnee name, when all the older Shawnees died, I wanted another new name, the older ones name it, and they'd come to the house, and they stayed all night at our house, and early the next morning, after breakfast, she gave me my Shawnee name.
You was talking about that 4, the number 4 too. She reminded me, after a death, on the 4th morning, we wash our head. The family it does, the immediate family, and do it before sunup. And like she said, they usually had a race after that, after breakfast.
Why would you wash your hair? Wash your head?
That's just
And they use cedar
Custom.
water.
yeah.
No, how do you get cedar water?
With cedar.
Cedar in the
boiling water.
Cedar in the water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cedar in
Boil it.
boiling water.
And then you take the cedar out.
Why is cedar so important to so many tribes? It's almost pan-Indian everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Strength.
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 And
Comes from the
smoke.
earth.
smoke goes up.
Mm-hmm.
It goes up
And
and
it's just like
disappears.
the eagle feather. The eagle is about the highest thing that goes up
Mm-hmm.
to God. That smoke goes with the eagle feather up to God.
And the tobacco comes out of the ground, see,
Mm-hmm.
and the cedar is above the ground.
I was thinking the other day because.
But you can't carry on a conversation. Now,
Well,
just
I
like,
didn't know you was taping.
hey, did you know she used to get on the telephone, her and Fanny would get talking Quapaw? And Fanny'd be here in town or across the river. And I know them people on the party line think, golly, what's going on? And they'd get on there and they'd talk Quapaw for a solid hour. And the same way as Mary Red Eagle, you know, they'd talk, and Mary lived in Miami and everything. Get on that party line, I know good and well some of them.
Let me tell you, those old ladies had a lot of fun. They'd say some funny
Mm.
words.
Oh, make you laugh.
There's two of them, but I'd be afraid to try to say one. I'd say the wrong one. But
What does it mean?
I'm not gonna say that either. But anyway, they was always teasing me whenever I'd get around where those old ladies were talking. They'd ask me this one word.
That's why when me and Odie was first married, and we get around some of the older ones.
And there's two words just like almost. They just got a little different.
Mhm.
I
You know
got
what
it
they are?
written down, but yeah.
You know, when we'd get around the old folks and come up here, you know.
I don't say them right anyway, so nobody can.
Everybody'd run up and look at Odie like this, you know, and I'd say, ain't nothing there yet. Ain't nothing there yet. Boy, they'd tease me. We was married 5 years before.
I had a lot of fun, and I learned an awful lot among the Quapaws. I worked, for them.
I think she come up here in about 1938, didn't
And they talked to me an awful lot. And
Now,
I
how
learned-
many kids have you raised? You and Mr.
Well,
Blackburn?
we've helped send 13 through school, and we're on our 14th. We've helped put that many through school. We've had kids here to run out our ears at times.
Sometimes there was just about 6 or 7 that you come in here, you wouldn't know which one was which. They all be the same size. Bob, there's about 4 of us left that kind of out of the old bunch back when we was young. About 4 of us left that if we'd all get together and start in, you wouldn't want us on tape. I'll tell you.
Oh, I don't know.
Back in 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29. Mercy me.
Gosh, I would get to
Yeah.
go. Wasn't you?
I wasn't even born yet.
You know, I was making on dolls the other day.
Yes,
See how
ma'am.
I finished them?
Oh, yeah.
You know it's their supper time. I'll bet Bob's getting hungry.
Always. Not supper time.
Put him here.
Too. And how long have you been married?
I'm married to George R. McWatters. We've been married 47 years. It'll be 48 years, May the 1st, 1986.
How many children do you have?
We have 2 children, a boy and a girl. Mrs. Yana Stevenson of Broken Arrow, and George Randall Jr., better known as Ranny, of Quapaw, Oklahoma. And we have 4 grandchildren, 2 girls of Yana, and they are Stephanie, age 16, Andrea, age 14, and Ranny's boy and girl are Mason, age 9, and girl, 18 months, Macy Lee.
Okay, Mama, where were you born?
I was born east of a town, Lincolnville, Oklahoma. It's non-existent now, but we lived in the country east of there, in an area called Devil's Promenade. And this town of Lincolnville was formed by the lead and zinc mines, and it was quite a community. It had a school, a church, and a general store, phone office, telephone office, and quite a population. I was quite young before it ceased to be a town. I don't know the population.
Okay. When is your birthday?
July 15th, 1918. I was born in 1918.
Okay. Who's your father?
Ora S. Hampton. He was an Eastern Shawnee, and he was half Shawnee.
Okay. Who is your mother?
Milwaukee's Quapaw Hampton.
Okay. Where is their family home?
My mother was born in the Osage Hills near Hominy, Oklahoma. And my father was born in El Dorado Springs, Missouri, and he attended school there.
Okay. What work did your father do?
He was a farmer, and he worked some years in the lead and zinc mines.
Tell about your brothers and sisters.
I had a half-brother who died in infancy. He was my full brother. And a full sister, Ernestine. And she was 3 years older than I. She was born in 1915. And I had a half-sister, Leona Quapaw. Her father was Dick Quapaw. And a half-brother, Louis H. Quapaw. He was a son of Dick Quapaw. And a sister, Eleanor Quapaw. And she was a daughter of Dick Quapaw. And Eleanor was the first full-blood Quapaw Indian to graduate from the Quapaw High School. And she graduated, I think, in 1929.
What can you tell us about your grandmother?
My grandmother was Mary Quapaw, referred to as Grandma Fire, and she was raised by Louis Angel, or Tall Chief, and he lived down around the Osages at that time, and she lived with them.
Okay. Well, can you tell me about your grandfather?
Pius Quapaw, whose Indian name was Kadocto, he lived among the Osages, and he was a medicine man, and well-known medicine man. He had a lot of people who came for his healing powers. He also was acted as an uncle at the funerals when a family didn't have an uncle. Well, they appointed someone to set up with the body, and he was one of those people that was called on to do this. And he also was the keeper of the sacred fires. This was a fire that was used during the burial rituals. And in his capacity as uncle, that was his duty to keep this sacred fire going.
Who was that tradition passed on to?
When he died, the tradition passed on to my grandmother, and she filled in and carried out the ritual as it was then.
Does anyone do that now?
Yes, we still have the ritual of uncles setting up at a death, and it is their duty to do this. They use the fire at the grave, and they set up with the body, and on the morning of the burial, they leave the corpse in the hands of the family. It has been their responsibility up till then, the morning of the funeral. It then becomes the responsibility of the family. He goes out and starts digging the grave, or if he cannot, well then men are appointed as grave diggers, and if there's money enough, well then they hire machinery nowadays to dig the graves. And in the cemeteries, well, it's naturally machinery that does the digging, but he still acts as the uncle, or the one that sets up with the body, and the one who goes out of the morning, the day of the funeral.
When she kept that sacred fire, was it kept going all the time?
No, it was a fire that was started with flint rock. They used this, they called it a punk to catch the spark from these two stones. When they were struck together, they created a spark, and this spark dropped onto this punk, and which started this sacred fire. During its burning, it was very well kept. It was just nothing of trash content was thrown into the fire. It was kept clean, and you've seen people stand around with perhaps a tobacco in their mouth, and perhaps they spit in the fire. This, even nowadays, is not allowed. It's a pure fire, and it's kept pure by certain woods. And this punk was made from the center of a dead tree in years past. And it was a sort of a pethy wood. It was easy to ignite. That's why it was used. and it was dry. And I assume that in the days, early days, that it was kept and stored for this reason. But nowadays it's very seldom that they use the punk as it was then. And they probably use paper now to start the fire to catch the spark. Some use matches if they don't have the flintlock. Or some have used lighters because the lighters nowadays have this flint type thing in it that sparks and makes a flame.
Was it sacred because of a relationship to God, or was it sacred because of the relationship to the tribe? Do you know?
No, I don't. However, God did, He was the center of all that they did. Anything that they did, they had Him in mind because they knew that there was a great spirit. And our tribe has a word for Him, and it's Quapaw. And they knew very well that there was a God, and anything they did, He was behind it.
Is the tradition today carried on with that same sacredness, do you believe?
I think so. In spite of who they are, they still keep that sacred feeling in their hearts.
Okay. You mentioned Tall Chief. Is he any relation to the Osage Tall Chief?
I have no idea. I don't know that family.
Was Tall Chief his name?
No, Tall Chief was his Indian name, which meant Kahiga Ste. Kahiga is chief, and Ste is tall. Stefe is tall. And that is the interpretation of his Indian name, but his Christian name, I guess you'd call it, was Louis Angel.
Was he a tall man?
Yes, he was tall.
Okay. As a little girl, what did you do when you were growing up on the farm? What chores did you have, or what do you remember?
Oh, one chore that I did that I truly hated was on wash day, skimming the bugs and stuff out of the rainwater that my parents caught during rains. They'd put buckets and tubs under the eaves of the house and catch the rainwater. And the water was used for laundry. It was also used to wash our hair because they said it was soft water and required very little soap. And it was my job to go out there and my grandma would give me a white rag, big, large white rag, and secure it over another tub, and I'd dip this water out onto the big material and skim or strain the dirt and bugs out of the water. And I just didn't like that at all. And another thing that I did as a child, when my father's hired man would go out and plow the garden or even plow the field, I'd go out and sit in the furrow that had just been planted. And when he'd make the next furrow, well, then he'd throw the dirt over onto the last furrow. And I'd sit there and let that soft, cool dirt, cover up my legs, and I was told by the hired man to get out of the way. The horses might step on you, or I might step on you, but that didn't keep me from it. I just stayed there, and I would run through the new plowed field and barefooted. That was a joy that I had.
How old were you?
Oh, I imagine I was around 5 or 6 years old.
What other things do you remember? Anything else about washing? Wash day?
Oh, the children, it was our chore to gather the fire. They washed outside on the washboard, my mother and grandmother, and the girls, the older girls, they'd help rinse, and they'd rinse by dunking these washed clothes into clear water, and then they'd wring them out. Sometimes they'd let me help hang out the clothes, but it was just little trivial chores that I did that I guess just to keep me busy and keep me out of the way.
Did you make your own soap?
Yes, my grandmother and mother, and sometimes the neighbor ladies would all gather, and they'd have a full day to make lye soap, and it was made with lye, or sometimes they used wood ashes, and they had special pots for this, and they'd make enough to last for quite a few washings, and it was certainly an all-day affair, and it had to be done outside because of the fumes from that lye, and they used rancid or old lard to go with this lye, and I don't know the recipe for it, but it was an all-day affair.
Do you remember any other chores? Maybe when you were a teenager?
Oh, I was taught early to do my own laundry, to not be waited on, and I did my own ironing. I had to take care of my own clothes and take care of my room, and that was good training because it certainly has come in handy.
What'd you do for play?
My playmates were mostly boys, neighbor boys about my age. We'd ride horses or I played marbles even with the boys. I was just like a boy, and we'd help with taking in the cattle or for milking or whatever. Just anything that wasn't too dangerous for us. But we'd ride bicycles together. And I guess my dad thought that I should have been a boy because the first bicycle he bought for me wasn't a girl's bicycle. It was a boy's. He taught me how to run along the side of it and throw my leg over it like the boys do when they get on it. And even after I got of age, why, it was hard for me to ride a girl's bicycle because I was used to throwing my leg over like the boys do.
How old was your father when he came from Missouri? Do you remember? Do you know?
I imagine he was in his early 20s, maybe 19 or 20, 21, something like that.
Did he ever tell you about moving from Missouri to down among the Quapaw Indians?
No. He did tell me that when he got moved to Seneca. That's where they settled, Seneca, Missouri. And that's where most of the Shawnees moved to. He said that he had the fastest team that his age set had. They were quite proud of their horses, just like the boys are now with their cars. And they'd race their horses. And they pulled a hack, a little wagon, they called a hack. It was capable of carrying 4 people. And it was very lightly built, I guess for speed. And he would race alone, naturally. He wouldn't have any people in this hack with him, but his horses always won. And that's about all that I can remember that he said.
Is there anything else you want to tell about your mother?
Well, she was she was an interpreter for the Quapaw tribe, and she served in that capacity for years. The old people, the people that were older than she, couldn't read or write. Even my grandmother could talk very little English, and naturally they couldn't write. And this was during the time of the lead and zinc mines, and leases would be drawn up, and they would have to be read to these people. It was my mother's job to read the lease and interpret it to the person that was leasing the ground, and tell them all the details of it, and then interpret from them back to the Indian agent. And that was her capacity. Also, they couldn't write their name. They made their signature by a thumb mark, and she was a witness as to their thumb mark on this legal document.
Did she get paid for doing that? She just do it?
I think she just did it just to help the old folks.
Hmm. Anything else?
Not that I know of.
Anything about your dad?
Well, I've often said that my dad was if he had an education, he could have been anything he wanted to be. He was an electrician. He was a carpenter. He was the Walt Disney of his time. He was just ahead of himself. He had a picnic. They call them powwow nowadays. But in his days it was known as the Devil's Promenade picnic. And people came from miles around, and they lasted 3 or 4 days. He rented tents for these people and had them in a big pile. And when the people came into camp, well, Daddy'd tell them to go over and pick them out a tent. If they couldn't put it up, well, he'd help them put it up. And he strung electric lights through the campgrounds. He would have been an electrician also. And he had, for entertainment besides the Indian dances, there were concessions and a carnival, and he had rodeos. And later in life, he had a barn dance in the big rock barn that was just north of the family home, about 300 yards, I suppose, from the family home. And such people as Bob Wills and his brother Johnny Lee played at these dances. It was quite well known. But it wasn't of a sort of dances that are now. They did square dancing, and they did the Paul Jones, and they did the schottisch, and families would come. They'd bring their children. The children would sit over and play games on the hay in the corner. And to me, it was just like a big party. I suppose there was drinking, but I never saw it. But my dad found the Lord, and he said that the rest of his life, he said there would never be any more dances, that it would be used for the good of the Lord. And it was used as a Sunday school at one time.
The barn.
Yes.
Did he continue the picnics?
Yes, he had them all for years. And finally, the tribe took over, and he just went on with his dances. And it was in that later time that he found the Lord that he discontinued his dances.
He used to have a barn that was shaped in a circle. What was that for?
It was a hexagon shape, and it used to sit out on the powwow grounds, and it was a merry-go-round. He had his own merry-go-round, and the horses had the horses, and the seats were, that were stationary, that didn't move, where you could just sit, or you could ride the horses that went up and down. And it cost a dime a ride, and it was run by a steam engine, and the steam engine was operated by our neighbor. His name was Bob McDonough. He was well known in the community. My dad also had a cement slab poured out there by the merry-go-round house. And he had his own skates. He had a skating rink there. And that was another big attraction during the Promenade picnics. They had their choice of skating, or riding the merry-go-round, or walking through the concession stands. And it was just like a carnival. They'd have where you'd throw balls at something and knock it down and then get a prize for it. Or they'd have a concession where you could buy food, just like a carnival. And he also had a 2-story building. He called it a bandstand. And it was a hexagon-shaped building. The top story was fixed for a band, the Haskell Institute. That's an Indian school at Lawrence, Kansas. And the band would come down every year and play during the 4th of July picnic. And at the bottom, there was a concession stand. They sold pop and made hamburgers and all, sold candy. But it was held usually around the 4th of July, and on the 4th, this band would really have a concert in recognition of the 4th of July. It was just quite a big thing. And just like I said, he was just a Walt Disney of his day. He was certainly ahead of his time.
If he did all that, he must have known quite a few well-known people. Can you you remember some of them?
Yes, we had lunch many times with, when the circus would come.
People, can you remember some of them?
Yes, we had lunch many times with, when the circus would come in town. He knew all the, since he had his own rodeo, well-known people would come and participate in this rodeo. And I can remember Mom and Dad and I going to Tom Mix's personal railway car. And later on, he had a trailer type thing that had all the fixtures of a house in it. And I can just see Tom Mix so well. He seemed to me like he was always dressed in white. He had a big white hat, much bigger than him, but he was such a fine man. I thought he just treated me so good and seemed like any other kids he saw. He just always made time to talk to them, shake their hand. I guess that's what made him so famous. He was in the movies. And my dad knew a lot of circus people. I remember we used to never pay to go in the circus. We never went in the front door like anybody else. We went through the back. And before we went into the circus itself, we'd go around to the dressing rooms. We'd see the clowns, the little midgets even that were in as clowns, and even those that were in the sideshow. And Mom and I'd go in where the women were dressing, and I just thought those were the most beautiful women I ever saw in my life. I thought putting all that shiny clothing on and their pretty hair, and they were painted up, and I just thought, oh my, they're just so beautiful. And usually we'd walk in with the performers during their entrance into the circus. And Mama was kind of a little bit shy. She'd kind of scold him and say, "Oh, Rick, why can't we go in through the front door like everybody else?" And then he'd say, "Well, but this is more fun." And certainly I thought it was. I remember one time we was going in through the back door when all the parade around the arena was taking place. And we was right behind a great big old hippopotamus. And that thing was just so slick and shiny, they kept it in the water, I guess, someplace. But I thought, oh my word, look at that big thing. And I was just in seventh heaven. You can imagine a child having that sight in front of them.
How long did this last? From about, how old were you to what age?
Well, it started when, I was 4 or 5, up until I was about 10 or 11. And he even had his own cattle drives, like you see in the movies. He had his cattle, and he'd take them to market, and he had his cowboys, and we even had a chuck wagon, and we'd get to eat with the cowboys with the chuck wagon, and we'd follow behind the cowboys on their horses. They'd be herding the cattle down the road. We'd go to, I remember Centralia as one shipping place, Centralia, Oklahoma. And then Melrose, Kansas was one. But the cowboys would go on horses, and Daddy would drive the family car and take Mama and I. She'd sit up in front with him, and I'd be standing behind the front seat, and oh boy, I was just jumping up and down. I was just so excited. I don't know where my other brother and sisters were. I guess they were home with Grandma. But I know I was always with them on their trips.
What can you remember about your grandmother?
Oh, she was like a queen. All grandmothers were at that time. All the Indian grandmothers. Everyone listened to Grandma. She was the head of the household. Even my father listened to her. She lived with my mother and dad after Grandpa died. And if anything was to be done, why, they got agreement from her. And if I cried, didn't run to Grandma. I run to Mama. I ran to Grandma. And she was just so gentle. And I thought even more so than my mother, because it seemed like she had time for me. And I'd ask her to go swimming with me in the spring river, and she never was too tired, or too sick, or too anything not to go. And she was just a joy, as were all the grandmothers, even our neighbors' the grandmothers of our neighbors. Well, if they saw you doing something wrong, well, they'd tell you about it, and you'd listen. Not like today, though. Time's gone.
Lots of respect there.
Mm-hmm.
So you lived along the river.
Mm-hmm. The Spring River.
What kind of house did you live in?
Well, it was my grandfather's house, Quapaw's house. And my mother and dad lived with them after they were married. And when Grandpa died, well, then they began building onto it and building on. Finally, it got to be a 17-room house, 3 stories. And it was a beautiful house, I thought. Had a sleeping porch, we called it, up on the 2nd floor, and had windows all around it. And that's where my sister laid, Eleanor, the oldest one, my sister. The year she graduated from high school, she became ill with tuberculosis, and they fixed this sleeping porch for her, put all these windows there, and they let her lay there in the sun. And I guess there was not much they could do for them then. And she died within a year from this tuberculosis. But we lived, well, Spring River was right within about, 20 or 30 yards from our porch, our east side of our house. And you could go down this bank, down onto what was called the Devil's Sidewalk. That was there was an overhanging ledge, and then there was a ledge underneath like a floor, and it was flat enough that you could walk on, stand up and walk for a distance of about, 15, 20 feet. And on this ledge there were what they called devil's biscuits. The old tale was that the devil made the biscuits, and he put them out there to bake and dry in the sun. And the sun got too hot, and they crystallized and formed into rock. And they said that if you open one of these, chipped away at one of these biscuits, at the center of it, you could see an eye. And they said that was the eye of the devil. That was one of the legends of that time. Around north and west of the Devil's Promenade ledge, there was what was called the Devil's Wash Bowl. And it was formed by the river, a slough coming from the river up into the mud bank there. And just made a little hole, a rock hole there of some, it was a good size, about a 10 or 12 size hole. All rock, but the bottom of it was nothing but mud. They never could find any bottom to it. And this was fed by drainage from the fields and some natural springs that emptied into this Devil's Wash Bowl. So there's water in it still. To this day, it still is there, and there's water in it, and there's still mud in the bottom of it.
What's the legend? Where did that start?
Wash Bowl?
Or the whole Devil's Promenade?
Well, they said that was the where the devil came, and this wash bowl was where he bathed and washed. And it's just a legend that went with the place.
Is there anything else you can remember about as a child in that area? About the Devil's Wash Bowl? More legends that go with that?
Well, on the south of us, on the Griffin property, there was a cliff that was known as the Lover's Leap. That's still there, and it's still known as the Lover's Leap. And that was quite famous, and people still come out and see it and climb up on it. And there was a beaver spring where the powwows are held now. But back in the days when I was little and young and walked around all the area, I didn't think a day was complete unless I went down to this beaver spring and got me a drink of water. And I guess every day I went down there. It was a distance of, I guess, about 3/10 of a mile from our family home, cutting through the pasture and whatever. But I wasn't afraid. I don't know, it seemed like there wasn't meanness back in those days like there is now. But that was just pure water, and it just tasted good. I don't know that I drink it now because of all the pollution that's in the ground, but it still runs.
Anything else about these springs down behind down by the Devil's Wash Bowl?
Yeah, there was one as I said before, this Devil's Wash Bowl was fed by springs. And there was one spring in particular that came out of this rock creek. It was a creek just completely lined with lime boulders, lime rock, and it just looked like it was made by hand, but it wasn't. It was God's work. He put it there. And on the south side of this rock creek, there was a little spring coming out. It was rock lined, and it was about 14 inches wide. And the rock was about 7 or 8 inches deep on each side of it, and it extended about 10 foot long. And every spring I would go down and dig all the leaves and all the trash that accumulated during the winter and start my spring in the full blast. And it got to be known as Odie Spring. And my family called it that. And I remember one time, even after I was married, I'd go down. We lived just a little ways from that, George and I did. And I would go down and clean the spring out. And I was a married woman, but I still go down and see about my spring. One day I went down and laid down on the ground. You'd have to get a drink. You'd have to lay on your belly and put your head down into between these rocks to get you a drink unless you had a cup to dip it up with. So I was laying like this, and something caught my eye over to the side, and it moved just a little bit, and I raised up slowly, and it was a water moccasin laying there. It was about as big as in diameter as a walnut, and I very carefully got up. It was quite a while before I ever went down to get me a drink from my spring, but it just seemed like to me that things back in those days were not as dangerous. Everything was peaceful, and it was just a joy to be there. And why they named this area Devil's Promenade, I'll never know, because certainly God made it, and it was beautiful. Anything the Lord does or creates, it is beautiful. There's also, along this bluff, a cave-like formation, and people called it the Devil's Throne. I guess a person could have sat there, but now it's being used as a nesting place for owls, and we've seen eagles down that way, and surely they nest along there someplace. It was just really a tourist attraction, and there were many people that came to see it when the earth wasn't as crumbly as it is now. It's just almost perpendicular. The way you got down to the Devil's Promenade, because it's sloughed off so, and rocks seem to be crumbly, and your footing just isn't good. So my dad stopped people from going down in fear of someone getting hurt. And even after we lived there, people would want to come and go down, and we'd have to tell them no, that it was just too dangerous. But it can be seen by boat from the other side of the river.
Did you and Daddy live in the house after Grandma and Grandpa died?
Yes, when my sister lived there first, and with them, and my dad died in 1950, and my sister stayed on there and took care of Mama, helped her with the house, and then my sister died in 1952, and that left my mother up there alone with my brother-in-law and 2 nephews, and being men, they couldn't take care of her. So they put her in rest homes after rest homes, and she didn't like that, so she asked me to come and live with her and take care of her house. So we did. My husband and I and our 2 children lived there and took care of her until she died. And our children were all about 7 and 8 years old when we went there to live with her.
What year did she die?
In 57.
57. Grandpa died in what year?
50.
When did you start to school? Where?
I first started at the Catholic school known as St. Mary's. It was a distance of, I imagine, about like 2 or 3 city blocks from our house. I don't know the correct distance, but somewhere along there.
Do you know who was head of that school?
It was the Catholic Church. I don't know what order it was, but the priest that was there was Father Wagner. There was a priest preceding him, but I don't know his name.
Do you know when the school was established?
It was it and the Quapaw Mission, I think, were established around 1883, somewhere along there. There was a Quapaw Mission also that my mother attended, and it was, I suppose, run by the government. Only Indian students were allowed there, and there were about 20 to 30 students, she said, there at the Quapaw Mission. But the Catholic school was, I imagine there was around 50 or 75 students there. It had a dormitory, and it was quite large. It had a big dining room, a big chapel, and then of course the classroom. I can remember a music room. My sisters took piano, and my brother took violin lessons.
What was their form of discipline? Do you remember?
Oh, it was quite strict. You didn't get away with much. I remember when I was in the 1st grade, my teacher's name was Sister Della, and she had to discipline you. Her form of punishment was you stick out your hand palm upward, and she'd swat you on the hand with the ruler that she always carried. And the number of wax that she gave. It depended, I guess, on the type of meanness that you'd done. And, the first time I ever got a punishment from her, she hit me twice on the hand. I was supposed to have been doing reading, trying to read, act like I was reading the school book, and I was looking at a picture book. I had it inside of the school book, and she caught me with it. Naturally, I never saw my picture book anymore. But I sure remember that swat on the hand. And then there was a Mother Superior, and she was just, oh, she was nice. She was so kind. She was truly a mother to all of us. She was,
What was her name?
Mother Magdalene. And you just felt like if you was troubled or anything, you'd go to Mother Magdalene and she'd work it out, and she usually did. She was just so kind. And beautiful too.
Could you talk Indian at that school?
They didn't want you to talk English, or talk Indian. They wanted you to learn English. And that was where I think all tribes started losing their language, because when they went to school, they were discouraged from using their language. And they'd go home with English vocabulary, and naturally the old folks, they got onto it too, so Indian language started fading, I think, when the children started going to school.
Was the Quapaw mission organized kind of like a little Haskell Institute for the Quapaw people?
I guess it was, because it was a boarding school, and the children boarded there, and I suppose it was. That was in my mother's time. I just don't know.
Did you say when it was organized?
I said, I imagine when did I say it? Oh,
1800.
in 1800s sometime.
Okay. Do you know what the courses were? And can you remember the courses at the Catholic school?
Well, they were strictly the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic. They taught also penmanship. And even as young and as I was, they taught me how to hold a pencil in my hand. And children at 6 years old, you observe them now, and they know very little how to hold a pencil in their hand. But these sisters taught us to do that.
How long did St. Mary's stay in existence? Or how long did you attend there?
Just the 1 year, and then I went on to Quapaw High School. And stayed over there, grade school to high school.
Do you know when St. Mary's closed?
I imagine it was around 1924, somewhere along there. Or
Did it close as a result of the mines or that area shutting down, or why? Do you know? Or did the order
No.
just move on, or?
No, I don't know.
You said that the kids were discouraged from speaking the language at schools. Do you speak the language? Do you speak the Quapaw language?
Some. I know some.
How large is the alphabet? Does it have an alphabet as the Cherokees have an alphabet?
Yes. There has been research done on it. They have A, B, C, or CH, D, E, or EH, a G, and an H, I, J, K, M, N, O, OH, P, S, SH, T, U, UO, W, K, H, Y, Z, ZH.
Are there symbols for those?
Yes, sir.
Fifth, 1985. I'm Yana McWatters Stevenson, interviewing my mother, Odestine Hampton McWatters.
Linguists of today have these symbols that make it possible for these words to be spelled and pronounced correctly. They have their own markings, and linguists are at work now on different tribal languages.
Okay, this is a modern day symbolism. Was there an older symbolism?
No, it isn't a written language. It wasn't written as the Cherokee. This today is written as it's sounded. I may write it one way, and you may write it another, the way it sounds to you.
Kind of like phonics
It's
is in,
yes.
in modern day English sound.
Yes.
Do you have a Quapaw name?
Yes. And Nomitaki. And it means alone. My sister had her name was Mitaki. That's Ernestine, my full sister. I don't remember my brother or oldest sister, but we used to call Leona Windmill. That meant second girl, which is also what I call my granddaughter, Andrea, my daughter's Yona girl, because she's the second daughter of the family, and our word for that is windmill. And her oldest sister is fortunate to have been named by Maud Supernall, and her name means woman chief, which is Wahoo Kahige, Waho is woman. Gahiga is chief, woman chief. And my daughter's name is Miss Gashina, and that means like the sun, the first sun as it comes up in the morning. And my son's name is Wazamjihi. That means scattering birds. My mother's name was Tamni. My grandmother was Tamnihi. My grandfather, Ice Quapaw, was Kadaktohi, which means eagle. And my daughter has a Shawnee name, which is Skoshkabits. And my son's Shawnee name is Chakashishino. My Shawnee name is strange. I can't think of it.
Can you remember what the others, do you know what the others mean? Maybe you'll remember as we go along.
Granny's name means, in Shawnee, it means birds too, like a group of birds. And Yama's name means something pertaining to the sun.
So in both languages, they're the
They're
same.
both
Similar. Do you remember what what Grandma's name means in Quapaw?
No, I don't. Sure don't.
Okay. You said someone named you. Can you tell us about that person?
It was Tall Chief who named me. He was the last hereditary chief of the Quapaws. And when he died, well then, since he didn't have a son, well then this privilege went on to his daughter, Maud Supernal. And she did that up until she died. And she was naturally the most respected person of our tribe. If she had been a man, she would have been chief.
Is she still living?
No, she died. I don't know the year, but it's been over 4 years.
Was that tradition passed on to someone else?
No, she had a son, but she didn't pass it down to him, I suppose, because, I don't know, probably because he couldn't talk as well as she. He does speak Quapaw, but I don't know the reason that he didn't get that privilege.
Is there a time limit on giving names when she gave them? Age, or was there any kind of reason she wouldn't give them?
Oh, no. No, she took them from babies until some people had 2 names. If a person had been sickly, you know, like one sickness right after the other, and it kept them just weak and, you know, unhealthy, then they they could get a second name. There were many of the Quapaws that had second names. And if for some reason they disliked the one that gave them their name, their godparent, and they had a good reason, then they could get another name. But mostly it was because of sickness that they got a second name.
What was the responsibility that she had to the person she gave the name to? Any, other than just giving the name?
No, just that she gave the name. It's just like you when I wanted you to get an Indian name. I gave you to my sister. She became your mother and your godmother, and she went to Maud Supernall and said that, and she and I went and said that we wanted a name for you, and you were an infant at that time. And my sister went and got the name, picked out the name that was presented to her by Maud. And then she told me your name.
So with her death, that is past.
Yes. That's why, well, like I say, 3 of my grandchildren don't have Indian names. My oldest granddaughter, I call her Windmaw because that's just a word in our language. It isn't a name, it's just a word, which means second daughter.
Second oldest granddaughter.
Second daughter. And my grandson, my son's boy, he's the firstborn. He'd be the eldest or the only son. Our word for that is Kage. So I call him Kage. And the baby, her being the first child, I call her Shawnee. That means girl. They don't have names, but they just are called a word that's in our vocabulary.
Are you familiar with the ceremony as she performed it?
Well, not really. She wouldn't let people watch her. She did require that a fire be built. And the materials that she required was a piece of muslin, a pan, a cook pan, an eagle feather, those shells, they're shaped of a button. They've got two, it's as big as a button, only it's, how you say, it's kind of curled up. And it's a shell of some sort. All Quapaws had it, and some still do have it. That was required, one of these shells. And if it was a boy, why, she required you to make just a bow and arrow out of it. Go out and get a green twig and put a string on it, and get another twig and make it resemble an arrow. And that's what I had to do for my son when he got his Indian name. But my daughter, I gave her all those things except the bow and arrow.
Did she have a fire?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was built for her, and she would leave our presence and go out to the fire. She'd be in deep study, and it's strange, but she knew all, I guess she knew every name that she ever gave to a person. I didn't know her. I mean, I didn't get to see her very often. She lived in Skytook, and I lived in Quapaw. But maybe I'd see her once a year at our powwows. In all that time lapse, she could call me by my name. My daughter lived in Broken Arrow. She asked me when I'd see her, how is Miss Gashina? And my son, she'd say, how's Walton G? She knew those names.
I remember. That's what she would call.
And she just was in deep study, and it went along with Klan, I think. I don't know it, but I believe that it did. And I just don't know what she did. But after it was done early in the morning before sunup. Just as the sun was coming up, that's when this all happened. And after the naming was over with, we'd all have breakfast, and she'd be our guest.
Did she use cedar?
I have no idea. As I say,
Don't.
she didn't let us see.
What is a clan? You mentioned clans. What is a clan, and what's your clan?
I'm Snake. I take after my father. He's Shawnee, and he was Snake Clan. My mother was, my sisters and brothers were Deer. My mother said that they took after their father, Dick Quapaw. He was Deer Clan. And she, I presume, took after her father, who was the Eagle Clan. These clans, they were just like, well, even cousins weren't allowed to marry. These clans kept this from happening because they thought, well, if two from the, say, Eagle Clan married, they could possibly be related. And they were very strict about that. They didn't allow intermarriage of clans.
What were some of their other rules, do you know?
A long time ago, my mother said that, well, my sister had 2 children by her first husband. And she said that a long time ago that if my sister died, no, it was, if, like myself, I had 2 children. If my husband died and my sister's husband was left alone, then it was his duty to come and raise my family and to take over the duties of a husband to me. That's the old way. I don't know of anyone that ever, possibly they did carry out that tradition. I don't know, but she said that's what happened in the old days.
When Maud was naming, back to that, when she was naming a child, how long did that process take?
Oh, I'd say an hour, maybe hour and a half, 2.
It was at her control.
Right. Always. You didn't ask her why or what she was doing.
And that goes back to the respect that you had for the elder of the
Right.
in their position.
Yes. And you didn't, as a child, I didn't ask my mother or my grandmother, why do you do this? Why do you do that? You weren't to question your elders. And there were certain ways when a woman was in a family way, well, there were certain things that she had to do that certainly aren't done nowadays. I know when I was carrying my first ewe, why, we were going to a carnival, and Minnie Griffin saw us at the entrance to this carnival, and she said, told George, my husband, she looked at him real straight and she said, why do you bring her here? She said, don't you know? She said, have you forgotten she's in a family way? And he said, no. He said, she told him, said, you take her home. Said she mustn't see all these crippled people and all these strange looking things. She said, you take her home so you could mark the baby. And he took me home. We listened to her. And one time I was out playing football with my 2 nephews out in my mother's yard. And Minnie Griffin and Victor were neighbors with her, just lived at the little lake. And I was out there and I was beginning to show my pregnancy. And the boys would throw me passes and I'd jump up to catch a pass. I'd kick a ball to them, or maybe I'd throw a pass to them. And she was standing out on her porch. She hollered at me and she said, where's your mother? I said, in the house. She said, does she know you're doing that? I said, I don't know. She said, will you stop? She said, you go on home. I said, you boys quit playing that way with your aunt. Said she's expecting a baby and said she's not supposed to do that. So I went home. Being that old, and you know, I still had respect for her. It was just taught to us, and we carried it out. I still do.
Minnie Griffin would have been Victor's wife,
Yes.
and Victor was the first elected chief,
Right.
and they were your neighbors.
Yes. They lived just south of my mom and dad.
How far away was your yard or your land from the Quapaw Reservation land? Or where they
As
had,
it is today.
as it is today, or as it was then?
Oh, I'd say it's about 10 miles from where we live now.
And they used to have, when Grandpa quit having his picnics, they would have the powwow in front of the Griffin's
Yes,
house.
yes. And that was on Lewis Angel property. It belonged to him at that time. Fire chief.
Still right along Spring River.
Mm-hmm. And it moved from there, the powwow did, across the river, east, across the bridge, and over on the Griffin land, and over on Griffin land and my grandfather's land, by Quapaw.
Okay. What were the occasions that the Quapaws had the dances?
Well, my mother told me that back then that they had these yearly dances as a dance of Thanksgiving. Each family brought something that they had raised in their gardens, and they brought it to share it with all the other families, and they all had a big feast, and then during this time, well, then they would have their dances. But they thanked God before they started feasting and dancing for giving them a good crop, for taking care of them, and he certainly was a part in their life. They knew who God was, and they knew there was a superior being, and they gave him credit for giving them good crops.
So you're talking of old-time traditions.
Yes.
Now, and old-time customs. Are those customs still the same today?
No, they're quite different. It's more of a social dance now. With our present chairman of the tribe, before each powwow starts each year, early in the morning before the sun comes up, he calls on the spirit, and the ground is blessed, and the Lord is asked to be with all the people and to protect everybody and see that they get back to their homes safely, and it's just a memorable time and a good time. But nothing like it was in the old days that my mother told me about. Now they use feathers in their dancing, and she said that the Quapaws didn't use feathers back in the old days. And she said that the dancers would come up on horses, and they'd circle the dance ground. And at one point, they'd get off of their horses, and they didn't have feathered costumes, as I said, as they do today. And the men would dance by themselves. The women had special dances of their own, and that isn't done anymore. The woman dances. I can remember seeing my grandmother out there with the other old ladies of the other tribes, and the young ladies were welcome to dance with them, but the older ladies led the dances, and no men danced with them.
You mentioned the respect for the older people. In the Quapaw home, who was the head of the home? Was the woman or the man?
The woman.
Do you know
The
why?
grandmother.
The grandmother.
The grandmother.
Any reason that you know of?
Just respect, I suppose.
Either grandmother, his or her.
Right, yes.
Is there anything else you can remember about old time powwows that you can?
The Quapaws had a dance they called a turkey dance. And that isn't done much anymore. It was a dance that was done early in the morning, and they had certain ones to lead the dances every year. And I suppose if that person couldn't dance or was unable to, or possibly unable to come to the dance, I suppose that she appointed someone to take her place. But that was quite a colorful dance, and I wish they would revive it because it, before all the songs are forgotten. Some of the Shawnee men know those songs, and I just truly wish that our young people would learn the songs. They didn't sing the songs in tune with the big drum as we see it at powwows. It was done with what they call a water drum. It's a small drum about the size of, it'd be about 12 inches in diameter, and it had an altogether different sound than the big drums of the war dancing.
Was there any particular dress to that?
The women, the leader, carried or used shawls, and at one point in the dance they would go out and choose a man to dance with her, and they'd dance together, not touching, but you'd know that they were dancing with each other.
Okay. What other games are the Quapaw have games that they play socially?
Mm-hmm.
What are those games, and what are the rules?
Well, we have what we call a hand game, and that's sort of similar to button, who's got the button? An object, usually it's a shell, an oblong shell that's hid in the hand, and two people, a team, play this, and there is a guesser, and he tries to guess by pointing a stick at the hand that he thinks holds the shell. And this is all done in rhythm to a drum and singing. And a long time ago, when my grandmother and mother used to go to these, everybody, the women would bring pots of food, or probably sandwiches. Some would bring something to drink, like coffee or tea. And after the hand game was over with, everyone would get their plates out. When you went to a gathering or you knew you were going to eat, you always knew to take your own table service, like your plate, your spoon, and they'd get out their plates, and then they'd start serving food, and that's the way the evening would end. And after each game, they went up to 10 points, portion of the game was finished, whichever side, the women or the men's side, whichever side won, they'd get up and round dance around the drum. And up in our part of the country, they're beginning to not have hand games anymore like they used to. It's very seldom that we do get together and have hand games.
You mentioned the drum before. Is there some symbolic thing that the drum stands for, or what is its life?
Well, it's held in respect too, the drum. I don't know the full meaning of it, but the drum is honored. And if a person has to go up to a speaker stand during a dance, they go up on one side of the drum to the speaker stand. When they turn around and come back to their seat, they go on the opposite side of the drum and return to their seat. They never go one direction there and back. They always go one direction around it, and on the way back to their seat, they go on the opposite side back to their seat.
Is it the same direction that they dance?
Different tribes dance in different directions. The Quapaws dance counterclockwise.
Okay, if you walked up past the drum, would you walk counterclockwise and then back clockwise?
Clockwise, right. Yes.
Do you know the reason for that?
No, I don't. It's just out of respect for the drum.
Okay. Anything else you remember?
Oh, yes, about games. There is a dice game that is played, and it's played with little figures carved out of bone. One side is painted, and the other one is white. And two of the symbols are like you have a Indian head. There'd be two Indian heads, and if those two came up the painted side, then you won the game. Beside the main symbols, there are 6 round little objects, and one side is painted, as I said, and the other side is not. And each one, if one color comes up, that counts 1. If all colors come up, that counts 6. And it's played in a wooden bowl, and the bowl is given a pretty hard shake, and that lets these symbols fall back into the bowl, and there you count the points that have been made.
Okay. What is, at some powwows they have giveaway, they call it. You've taught me that there are 2 ways to do it. The old way and the way it's done now.
Mm-hmm. Well, the old way is that you take what you want to give away. It's just sort of a Thanksgiving, really, and something you want to give someone you care for. friend, and you haven't seen them for a while. You want to give them something. But the old people, they went to each camp. This usually happened during one of the powwows. And they carried their belongings in a basket or possibly tied up in a sheet. And they would take each gift round to each camp that they wanted to give a gift to. And they distributed them that way. Nowadays, it's become quite popular to have a special dance. The one that wants to have the giveaway, they call for a special dance. They lead the dance. They dance counterclockwise, and they ask all their friends and relatives to join in with them, which they do. And after the dance is over, then they ask someone to speak for them, and this person tells why this person is giving these things away. And it's the privilege of the speaker to call out the names of the ones that are to receive the gifts. That's the way it's done today. But for myself, I do it the old way.
And this is done during the course of the powwow.
Right.
Okay. What about the game of football?
Well, that's another recreation that they had and still have. It isn't played much anymore, only the Delawares play it as often as they can get together. We used to. And the men play the women. The men kick the ball to the goal. The women throw or carry the ball to the goal. And each time they throw or kick the ball into the goal post, that counts one. And usually they can set their own limit to go to 10 or 15 or 20 points. And it was a lot of fun. But when I was growing up, when I was a young girl, they had the old ladies. There was this respect coming back. And all the young people, they'd wrestle the ball from each other and throw each other down and pile on top of each other trying to get the ball. But if an old person, like my grandmother, got it, they allowed her to walk to the goal. The old men of her age, they'd get in front of her and try to head her off like the basketball players do when they try to take the ball away from a player. But they never touched the woman. But they just sort of teased her, like they were going to take the ball from her, which they never did. But you knew you had a point when you gave it to an old person. But nowadays, it'd be quite dangerous for an old person to get the ball because it's not like it used to be. All ages are allowed to play now. In fact, when I was a girl, the old people, the married people, played, and the young people sat out. Sometimes generally they'd have a game for the young people, and for the still younger people, the junior class, I guess you'd call them. But the junior class and the teenagers or whatever, they never got to play with the old folks when I was young. And like I say, they set their points, whatever they wanted to make.
At the powwows, they used to have a thing called a cook shack. Can you describe those, and what's the custom of it, and generally what was the meal?
Well, that's where the Quapaw generosity comes in. They're known for their generous nature. Feeding, like at the gathering, feeding the guests that come from other parts of the country. And instead of the guests having to bring their own food and cook their own food, the families of the Quapaws had built shacks, sort of like, there'd be 6 poles, and then they'd put a roof on it, and it'd be open on the sides. My grandmother had a shack, but hers was just a little house, and which she enclosed. It had the 6 poles and the roof, but she enclosed the poles with screen line, and she got young girls, and I was usually in on it, to go out and get branches off of the trees, and we'd shoo away the flies while the people ate. And the food was the kind of food that was cooked usually was corn, dried corn, our specialty, our dried corn, and potatoes cooked in various ways. Irish potatoes and sweet potatoes, whatever they had. Some families even brought food to contribute to the dinners, and this would enable them to eat their meals there. And they had beef, of course, pork, and all this food was cooked on open fires in huge kettles. And I still have my grandmother's ladle. It was, it was a stick that they stirred the meat with, and it shows the grease marks on it, and it's just as slick as if it had been polished. I got it hanging in my kitchen today.
How did they get enough food a long time ago?
Well, like I said, they shared their food, and each one contributed. And then when the mines, the lead and zinc mines, got to going, there were wealthy families. My grandmother had her cook shack. There was the Ellie Beaver cook shack, Anna Beaver cook shack, Victor Griffin, and I'm sure there's others, but I can't think of them right now.
And they just supplied the food for the whole bunch.
They had a huge table that would seat, possibly 20 people, and probably there'd be 3 tables. After one table got done, well then another, there'd be enough people to fill it up 3 times. Didn't have that much food.
Was there any order to the seating?
No.
Of people called to eat?
Well, the first table, probably there was. Probably those that had come a long way, good friends or whatever. And if the Indian agent happened to be there, well, certainly he got to the first table. Just about like it is nowadays. It's all on account of who you are.
Okay, since we're talking about food at the powwows, let's just go ahead with food as custom. The Cherokees have different types of food that they have outstanding names for and recognized. What are some of the Quapaws' names for food, and what are they?
We have, like I say, our dried corn. It's boiled in the roasting ear stage, and the kernels are cut off, and it's spread on sheets and laid in the sun, and at different intervals while the corn is stirred so it can be evenly dried, and then they make another. It's out in the sun until it is completely dried. There's no moisture at all left in it. And then another food is a bread that's made out of roasting ears, raw. It's grated on a grater, and when the corn is in the milk stage, it's put into a well-greased pan and baked in the oven until the corn pulls away from the sides of the pan. Then you know it's done. You can eat it then. We usually ate it with grease and salt, or you can crumble it up and spread it out in the sun and keep turning it until it is completely dried by the sun, and where you can't feel any moisture in it, because you're going to store this, and if there's any moisture in it, it'll mildew. We have another food called grape dumplings. This is made out of, the old folks made it out of what they call coon grapes, wild coon grapes, about the size of a pea. And some of them that probably they made juice out of it then and put it in jars and canned it for future use. And a lot of the times they just got the grapes, let them hang on the vine until they dried, and then when they wanted to use them, then they'd drop them in water, and this would make the grape juice, and then they'd make the grape dumplings. And the dumplings were made like you would make biscuits, only you wouldn't put as much baking powder in it. Like for 2 cups of flour, probably you'd use, heaping half a teaspoonful of baking powder, probably a half teaspoon or maybe a fourth of a teaspoon of salt. And then the liquid that you'd stir into this would be sweetened grape juice to make the dumplings purple. And then you would roll this dough out, cut it in little tiny rectangles, and drop it into this sweetened, boiling grape juice. And you stirred it to keep it from sticking on the bottom. And then when they start floating to the top, then you know it's getting to the time they're done. And that was, and still is, a delicacy of ours at all feasts. And then we have a fried bread, and this is made as you would make biscuits, only leaving out the shortening. And some of the ladies are capable of pinching off a piece about the size of your fist and slapping it between their palms of their hands until it reaches around about the size of their hand. And they drop that into fat and cook it as you would donuts. And I have yet to hear anybody say they don't like our fried bread. And then we have another corn dish that's made out of pounded corn. It's made out of the flour corn in the hard stage. It's after the milk has all dried up. I mean, it's well, the roasting here is mature. Mature, I guess you'd call it. It's hard, and they shell it off the cob and use a pounder, corn pounder, and make this into, break the kernels, and the largest kernels they save out and make and boil it and make a soup out of it. You wouldn't think that the corn would be that, could get that done and cook that well enough to make a soup out of it, but the kernels are soft, and it's all on account of this certain type of corn. It's flour corn, we call it, and it's made from squaw corn. And the name of this soup is washakra.
Where do you get that corn?
I guess some people have it now. It's fast being lost. The seed is. It's very hard to find, and not very many planted anymore. It just, it's really a delicacy when you get it because of the hard time to get the seed corn and the place to plant it, and it's just a changing of the times. It's just one of those things that's fast fleeting.
Okay. So you mentioned that you dry the corn. You have dried corn.
Mm-hmm.
After the corn is dried, what kind of a dish do you make, and how do you make it?
Okay, the dried corn, it fluffs up pretty good, and for a family of four, I imagine you'd use about a cup and a half of this dried corn. You boil it, and it takes, I'd say a couple hours to fluff up and to become soft and eatable. And when it's just almost, when it's about half done, well, then you put your pork with it. We always put pork with our dried corn. And about the time your pork is done, say hour and a half boiling while the corn is done. And this is very tasty too. It's I think everybody I've ever seen likes it.
Takes about half a day to cook then.
No, it takes about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours to cook.
Total pouring time and pork time.
Mm-hmm.
What about the bread you were talking about? Okay, you dried it. Now, how do you bring it back to eat it?
The roasting your bread.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it too is swells in size. When you cook it, it's like oats does, oatmeal. It swells in size like oatmeal does, and it takes less time than your dried corn. I imagine it'd take about 45 minutes for that to get done. And it's our family, when they ate it, well, we used sugar on it. Some people use grease and salt, but our family always used sugar on it and butter.
Okay. What about bean bread?
That's made with the leavings of this cracked hominy. There's some of it that's going to be real fine, and there's besides the flour corn, there is some of the squaw corn that is multicolored, and you pound that out and pound it into like the consistency of cornmeal, and you take that and put it in a pan, and the liquid you put in that is water, and you have beans, pinto beans, that you cooked until they're just about done, and drain them. And one cook told me, and her bean bread was awfully good. She said that she used the water that she drained off of the brown beans and used that as a liquid to pour over the meal and mix it all together, and so it'll stick together. And then she added her brown beans, and then they're made into patties and dropped into boiling water, and they boil until you stir them to keep them from sticking on the bottom of your pan. And when they start to come to the top, well, then you keep testing until it's not too long till they're done. And they're eaten with grease and salt.
What about pecan butter?
That's another delicacy. It's made with the corn. The corn is pounded until it's a flour consistency. It's mixed with pounded, and then you pound your pecans until it's like paste, and then you add the corn, the flour corn, and mix them together, and add a little sugar, and you got a delicious meal there, but very rich. You can't eat much of it.
Okay. What about fruit dishes?
Well, they had their watermelons, of course, and they had their fruit trees, and usually they just set the whole fruit on the table. They didn't make them into a salad as we do today. But of course today they're combined and made into a salad.
Okay. Vegetables? Any pumpkins?
Oh yes, we had pumpkins. My grandmother used to dry pumpkin. And she cut it in circles and hung it on a pole out in the sun. And then she'd store it in loosely in a pan. And when she'd have her dried corn, well, then she'd crumble up some of this dried pumpkin and put in there, and that goes in when the corn is done, because this pumpkin cooks up immediately, and that is most delicious. And I haven't tasted any since my grandmother died. I have tried to dry it myself, but it's been unsuccessful. And I was going to think of something else.
Squash?
Oh, the pumpkin, they also steamed it to cook it, and put sugar on it. They let and sugar and cinnamon on it, and they steam it away and let it cook very slowly, and that is most delicious.
Pumpkin?
That's pumpkin.
Pumpkin, I mean
Squash,
squash.
they cook it the same way. Clean it, of course, and take out the seed. Leave the rind on.
Anything else? Anything else? Think of anything? Okay, you've talked about the food. I want to backtrack just a minute. You said that your grandfather was a medicine man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about medicines, natural medicines, as might be passed along to you?
Well, my mother, he passed some to her, some of his knowledge, and she told me that there's a weed that grows like on the cracks of the sidewalk, and it spreads out all over flatly to the concrete. And I don't know the name of the weed, but she said that like a dog would have an infection or an animal would have infection, that this was made into a tea and boiled and made into a tea, and it would be cooled and then applied to this animal's injury, and it always healed it. And then they used what they call flannel weed. You see it nowadays. It's a large leaf. One side of it is plushy like flannel, the flannel cloth. And they'd take these and heat them, put them in hot water, and put it around like if your foot was infected, that it would draw the infection out of your foot. And I can't think of any others that she said.
I forgot to add one thing when we were talking about food. I just remembered it. What about meat? Beef. How did you cook your beef?
Well, like I said, this food was cooked out in the open, out in large kettles that was cut up like you would stew. This is our delicacy of our way that's been passed down. And you'd have grease in this pot out on your fire, and to have a stew meat as such, and put it into this hot fat and keep stirring it and sear all the sides of it. Just make sure that it's cooked on each side, and then you pour water over it to keep it from burning, and then slowly cook it. I cook this myself. I have a little small roaster, cast iron pot, and I cook it on my stove in the kitchen. And it's similar to what Grandma used to do. It's good. It's good. Yeah. Pork is cooked the same way.
Anything else?
You talked about the funerals here a while back, and we didn't get around to the feast. We touched on the feasts. I have a menu here that would feed about 400 people. And you usually cook for that many people at an Indian feast. And the requirements is 25 pounds of beef, 25 pounds of pork, 1 peck of potatoes, and a large jar of sweet pickles, a large can of pimentos, and 3 pounds of onions, 2 heads of lettuce, quart of mayonnaise, a small jar of mustard, 1 stalk of celery, 6 pounds of tomatoes, 15 pounds of lard, 20 frying chickens, 2 large baking hens, 1 large can of baking powder, 1 gallon of buttermilk, and 1 gallon of sweet milk, 3 dozen eggs, 15 pounds of sugar, 50 pounds of flour, 2 cans of condensed milk, 20 packages of strawberries, strawberry Kool-Aid, or whatever flavor you want, 5-pound bag of oranges, 2 boxes of salt, 4 quarts of grape juice. This is for grape dumplings that I told that we make dumplings. We use wild dumplings. Today, no one goes out and gathers the grapes, so we use Welch's grape juice. So we get 4 quarts of grape juice. And the dried corn is also a commercial product, 3 cans of it, 1 pound of coffee, 1 5-pound cornmeal, and beans, 4 pounds of pinto beans, gum, 10 packages, 2 cartons of cigarettes, ice, 2 to 3 bags, mixed candy, 5 pounds, 1 plug of tobacco, apples, oranges, bananas, a case of each. And the pimento, sweet pickles, onions, celery, mayonnaise is used for potato salad. The lard, the 15 pounds of lard, is used for frying the chickens and for making fried bread. And eggs goes in your potato salad. The flour, 50 pounds of flour, makes up your bean bread, your fried bread, and you roll your fryers in it. 1 pound can of coffee usually is enough for the entire meal. And the pinto beans goes into the bean bread. The gum, the cigarettes, the mixed candy, and the fruit are put on the plates. 1 piece of gum, 1 cigarette, and the plug of tobacco is cut up into small pieces and it's put onto the plate. And this is a symbol nowadays with all the Quapaw meals. And they, before the feast, if it's a death, all the family line up and they have a bucket of coals and we smoke cedar before the meal. And the cedar is usually taken off of the stems that it's grown on, and it's thrown onto the hot coals, and thereby making a smoke. And we use like we'd wash our hands, that motion. And if we have a sore arm or something, we put that smoke on our arm, on our chest, on our head, wherever. And that is another ritual that we go through.
Okay, we'll cover that in just a little bit, but let's go back to these feasts or the dinners. What are the etiquette? What's the etiquette and how they're handled? How's the seating?
The family is always naturally at the first table, and the grave diggers are next. And those friends who have come a long ways, miles, to this dinner and funeral, they're seated next. And then if there's any room, why, then the home folks get to sit down. And they're all called in by name to be seated.
A personal invitation.
Right, they sit down when they're called.
Okay. Why do you think this custom or these rules came about? As a line of respect?
I imagine so. Because there's much respect now. In spite of us losing our language and many of our traditions, there's still that respect.
Okay. Since we're talking about the feast or dinner, let's go on with let's cover the burial customs. Say, for instance, an individual has died. What are the customs that are carried on in the home?
Whoever's in charge, the family, whoever's in charge calls, if there's an uncle of this one that's died, then they get a hold of him, tell him that they want him or her. My grandmother used to set up with people. She took the place as an uncle if there was no relative. If there's no real uncle or aunt, well then they appoint somebody. And it's the purpose of that uncle, the appointed one, to set up with this body. And they say, the old folks said that body belonged to this one that was setting up. His duty was to sit at the head of the casket all night long. They used to bring them home and sit with them until the funeral hour. And it was the duty of the uncle to sit at the head of the casket. And if he got tired, well then some of the family would relieve him, or he appointed somebody of the family to take his place while he went probably to get a drink or maybe to eat a sandwich or something. And here comes the respect again. It was the duty of the family to see that he did have refreshment, that he was comfortable. But he did not sleep all night long. And like I said, of the morning of the funeral, why, he left that person and went out before the sun came up, and went out and started digging the grave, which had been marked off with this sacred fire. The fire ashes marking the width of the grave and the length of it. And he would start marking off this grave. It reminds me that Mama said that my brother was called as an uncle to set up with John Quapaw. And he was just a little boy, she said. But anyway, they called him to set up with him. And he did this. He set up with him. And in the morning, in spite of being a little boy, he went out and started to dig the grave, which had been marked off with the ashes. And of course, they had to call other grave diggers to help him. But that's just one of the customs of how the family did.
Okay, in the home, I remember on occasion that mirrors were covered.
Oh, yes. That's the mirrors were covered, and the pictures of that person were also covered in the home.
You know the reason for that?
Not really. No. No, I don't.
Okay. At the grave, okay, well, you're talking about if you have an uncle to set up with the family or with the body for the family, that happens for 4 days until that person is buried in today's society.
Yes. Uh-huh.
He stays there day and night.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's there.
In old days, did they wait 4 days to bury them?
No. I did a research for the tribe. And I went to the funeral home that had served these old people and got some of the old papers, and the Embalming Act didn't go into effect until 1915. And even then, when the person died, sometimes they buried him that afternoon. They died that morning, maybe they buried him that afternoon. Maybe they buried him the next day, so it was far from 4 days. But that was, I suppose, because of them not being embalmed.
But did they carry that on for 4 days, even though the person was
No.
buried?
No.
So this is a new custom then?
Yes. But my grand.
Okay, I remember too, Mama, that food was set out at noon at home when there was a death.
Yes, a plate was fixed and something, probably a teaspoonful of each food that was on the feast table was put into this plate, from cake to, well, everything was put on this plate. And the plate was taken out to the cemetery and set at the head of the grave, the new grave. And this was their last meal that they would eat. That signified their last meal. And that was the reason for that plate of food.
What about rain during this period of time?
Well, when a person died, sometime in between the death and the funeral, if there was a gentle rain, or even if it rained, why, the old folks said that's good, said that's washing their tracks away, that's they're on their way to heaven.
Let's go on. There's a occurrence that happens in around that area. It's called a spook light.
Mm-hmm.
What do you know about it, and what legends do you know?
Well, some very smart people have come down to see this spook light. They don't know anything about it, but my mother talked about, when I was growing up, about a light that appeared out in the woods, and she said that they called it jack-o'-lantern. And she said that it appeared out there and that it wasn't a good sign. She said it wanted to get you lost, and said if you followed it, that it would get you lost, because it bobbed around and went off in different directions, just like this spook light that people go to see nowadays. She said stay away from it.
It was a bad thing.
It was a bad thing, yes.
Okay. Let's, I'd like to ask questions to just jog your memory to see if you can remember anything that you were told about where the older generations trade.
Well, my grandmother traded in Baxter Springs. There were stores up there, 2 of them that I know of, that I used to go with the family. And these people taught Quapaw. The men that ran the store, they taught Quapaw just as good as my grandma did. They had to do that, I guess, to get their trade. And that's where they went. I remember that time, one time I went up there and I was mad. I was sitting in the car all pouting. And that man came out and wondered why I wasn't in the store with Grandma. And he asked me in Quapaw, said, come in. He said, you want some candy? And so I got out, and he mentioned candy, so I got out of the car and went in with him. But they did talk Quapaw. They traded also with him at a grocery store in Miami, but he couldn't talk Quapaw, but he had rare foods and I guess kind of the gourmet things that some of the people who were able to buy them bought. But those are the only stores that I know of that they traded at.
I'm sure you remember using money, but did they ever tell about any other articles that they used for money?
No.
Mama, what can you tell about the area that you grew up on? about the rivers and about the tales that maybe you were told or that your mother was told by her grandmother or her mother? Were the Quapaw people settled along the river, Spring River? Were they on both sides of it? Or can you remember any stories where maybe there were settlements or groups of people? Or what about tales about
Not as a village as such, but just home sites is all along the river.
there wasn't anything passed along like settlements that in old days where they had their powwows on the riverside or camps along, along the river. I mean, I'm talking history back before before civilized houses.
I wouldn't know about that. I don't know.
Okay. Are there any tales that you can remember where
Well, there are some, but
need to think a minute?
yes,
Okay.
but and Mama said that Grandma was at the house one time by herself while the people were gone. She didn't know where they had gone, but Grandma was there. And said that these men came up on horseback, and they had a little white girl with her. Grandma said she had yellow hair. Said she was a little girl, and said this head man seemed to be the boss of the men. Called her mother and asked her for food, and Grandma furnished him with food, and he then asked my grandma if she would take care of that little girl until they slept. He said that they were tired, they'd been riding hard, and said that she took care of the little girl. And when they got ready to go, she put a few things to eat in a sack for the little girl, and they took her on off. And they later learned that Jesse James had robbed the bank, and he had stolen this little girl. And that's the one that my grandma took care of. But they didn't try to harm her. They called her mother, and they were kind to her.
A long time ago, before the bridge was there, how'd they get across the river?
Well, above my grandfather's land, there was a low place in a ford. They used to ford the wagons across there. And it's still you can still see those rocks that go across the river. It's wide enough for a wagon to go across. And I guess the pioneers, they used it as well as did everybody that traveled in the wagons. They used that ford.
Are there any other stories that you can remember that your grandmother or your mom or your dad told you?
No. Not all the time.
And you told about the house you've lived in?
Mm-hmm.
about the barn.
Yeah.
Is there anything special you'd want to add about the barn and how it looks and we know it?
Well, one thing I'd like to tell is that when I went to school, I went to school down at Bacon College out in Muskogee, Oklahoma. And there I found the Lord, and I went to church down there as long as I was there until I graduated. And when I came home, well then I started going to the NEO college there in Miami. But all the time I kept thinking about our little children up there that didn't have a church to go to, and they didn't hear the stories about Jesus. So I went to the first church in Miami, and I went down and I asked those people to help me start a Sunday school or a Bible school for the Indian children. And in the meantime, before they got there, well, I wrote some letters to the parents of these little children and our neighbors, and I hand-delivered them and asked the parents if they'd let little children come to a church or a Bible study at my house. And my dad and mother said that I could use the front room. My dad had helped me bring in the chairs from the dining room, and we set it up in there, and we had a piano, and I played the piano, so we tried could play for them. And all we had was the Bible. And came Sunday morning, the day that was supposed to start, 10 o'clock, nobody showed up. And 10:30, nobody showed up. And my dad and mother and I stood at the door and kept watching long toward 11 o'clock while we saw little bitty heads coming up down the road from under the hill. And here came those little children. And it was such a rewarding sight. And so we met every Sunday, and all we had was the Bible. And I'd play the piano for them, and I'd try to teach them new songs. And then I got married, and I got some help from the first church. They sent some women out to help teach, and they sent out pamphlets and things and it grew so large from the front room that they had to move down to the big barn. This barn that my dad had barn dances in. And we met down there, and they had father and son banquets. We had a big crowd, and many souls were saved. And we'd have father and son banquets, and Mother's Day banquets. We just really were going great. And then it came winter time, and it got too cold. Dad had a big stove up there that he'd had left over from his barn dances, and he'd try to fire up the coal stove, but it just got too cold, so we went to a vacant house that they had. And the first church at Miami furnished the new windows that were put in, and we had about 4 rooms that we could use as classrooms. And we'd have Easter sunrise services. We'd cook out down on the river bank, and we just really growing. And finally we started a fundraiser for to have a church built, and people responded with donations. And in 1939, then the church was dedicated and the cornerstone was laid. And my dad and mother and I had the privilege of setting some cornerstone in. And that's when my dad was saved. When our church was built and we had services over there, then he was saved. And he said that our barn would never be used for dances like it was while he was alive, because he said that he felt that belonged to the Lord. And it was named the Spring River Indian Baptist Church, and it still exists, and I still go there. It's just a pleasure for me to tell about that, because it was for our little people out there, the children, and it still is. It's for everybody, because God doesn't know any difference in colors. We're all His.
So that was the beginning of Spring River Indian Baptist Church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that was the only church since St. Mary's quit. People around there didn't go into Miami, hardly, any of the families. There was no church around there. So when this started, well, it had a very good attendance. The barn itself today has the signs that my dad had up when he held dances. And they're great big 1 to 12 signs across the middle part of the barn. They're hanging up there, and they say, no vulgar dancing allowed. And then one sign says, no drunks allowed. And he did have the American flag hanging up there, and it became so tattered and old and frayed that my husband and I, out of respect for the flag, took it down. And we just didn't want to sit in that state, all worn, torn. So we took the flag down finally. But the floor is just slick as it ever was, like it was when he had his dances. The floor is perfect. It's a huge barn. I don't know the dimensions.
It has stallion stalls and
Yes, it had
tack room.
Tack room, bins, grain bins, and harness ring.
Made out of rock.
Yes, and stalls for horses, and drainage little
Drain
system in it for it to be hosed down after, cleaning up after the horses. And
cow's head.
yes, he had a cow's head made he put it up above the front door entrance, the gate, the door into the barn, and the cow's head sets up high where the hayloft door is, and he had the eyes wired so that he could put lights in them, and he'd put real cow horns on the side of the head, and that was quite a conversation piece when people saw it. As I said, he was the Walt Disney of his time.
Okay, you've shared lots of things about living in your family and in the area as a child. How have the times changed from then to now? Other than just modern changes.
Well, there isn't any visiting, but I guess that's nationwide. It goes for non-Indians as well as our Indians. I remember a time when people used to come and visit. There were 3 little old ladies, Indian ladies, that lived across the river, and none of them could talk English, and they all lived together. One of them was Mama's aunt, and her uncle died, and she was a widow, and she lived with these other 2 ladies, and they'd come over to the house in their little buggy, little hack or whatever they call it. And they had 2 little ponies that pulled the wagon. They'd bring their little dog, a little white, long-haired dog, and her name was Segeska. That meant white lady.
Mm.
And the horses had names too, but I can't remember them. But I remember the first time Dad hitched the horses and took them down to the barn to feed them and groom them and put them up for the night. He came up to the house just a storming. He said that those were the honoriest horses he ever saw in his life. He said they won't do anything for me. He said they won't do anything, listen to commands or anything. She said, well, did you talk Quapaw to him? And he said, no. She said, well, go talk Quapaw to him and tell him what you want him to do. And he did, and they minded him, and they did right whatever he wanted them to do. And the same way with the little dog. I went out to feed Segeska, and I called her, and I said, come on and eat. And well, she just looked at me like I whipped her, and she just shied away from me. And I told my mother that she wouldn't have anything to do with the food. And she said, well, tell her to come and eat. So I went out there, and I told her, Segeska, went up there. That means, you know, her name, and then went up there, that means eat. And here she came just a trotting over to me. And those animals didn't know anything but Quapaw. That's all they heard. But they wouldn't stay one night. They'd stay 3 weeks, a month. And that's the way that people did back in those days. We used to go down to Sky Creek and see the supernovas. And we'd stay down there 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. And then later on, they'd load up their kids and they'd come up and stay with Mom and Dad. And they'd stay as high as a month, maybe more. It's just not any, that doesn't happen anymore. You can't get anybody to come and stay hardly an hour with you nowadays.
Are there any other legends that you can remember from being told as a child?
I think about this aunt, one of these little ladies that I told about. Grandma Harrison, we called her. Her name was Todd. And she told Mama about when she was a young girl, she said the stars started to fall. And she said the whole sky looked like it was going to fall. And I don't know whether she was talking about this comet that we all know, the Halley's Comet or Halley's or however you pronounce it. But that was her impression. She said the stars were falling out of the sky. And I guess it seemed that way to them, because they couldn't read. They didn't know what was going to happen. Usually the newspaper carried what was going to happen. But that sort of stayed in my mind.
I can remember as a little girl sitting in the house, and Grandma would have women come to visit, and they would just laugh and tell tales, and I could never talk and enter into what they were saying. As a child, what can you remember from some of the tales that you heard these older ladies talk about when they visited?
Well, just like you say, the adults sat around and talked, and the children weren't allowed to enter in on the conversation, not even stay in the same room. We knew to get out. And we'd go in the other room. We weren't allowed to make any noise. And after dark, we weren't supposed to go outside. We went to bed. And even when we'd eat, like if we had company, when the meal was ready, the adults ate. It's not like today. We feed our children first, and we cater to our children, and let them monopolize the conversation and all such things. But that wasn't so. That wasn't like it was when I was young.
Mama, what's the custom for symbolism as far as like cedar or the birds or the eagle? Anything else that you can think of?
Well, the cedar was a symbol of cleansing. When there was sickness, they usually went in and smoked the house with cedar. That was to kill the germs, and they'd smoke each individual that lived there. And the eagle, it's used as a symbol that it's the highest thing that goes up next to God. It soars when it flies, right? It can go high up in the sky, and they use the feather from this bird and fan the cedar smoke with it. And they say that the eagle wing takes the cedar on up to the Lord. And after a death, 4 days after a death, the family gathers again and they wash their heads with cedar water. And the cedar water is made by putting cedar in it and letting it set for a while, and then removing the cedar and then using this water to wash their hair, which is to remove the thoughts of the one that's going on, and to remove their grief and help them to forget.
What traditions can you remember that your family followed in the home as far as birthdays or celebrations?
There was the usual birthday cake and gift, and probably they'd fix our favorite dish that we liked, and no big deal, you know. not,
Not much different than today, then.
no.
Okay. You mentioned Lover's Leap quite a while back. I know there's one legend that goes along with that. Will you tell it?
Well, there was supposed to have been a young couple that were denied the privilege of courting each other, and their families denied them this privilege, and they loved each other so much, and they wanted to be with each other, and they decided they'd go up on this big high rock, and they both jumped to their death in the rocks below, and that's known as the Lover's Leap.
In old days, were the mates picked by family?
Yes, they were. You didn't know who you were going to marry until it came that time, and they'd let you know that you were given to this other family, and maybe you didn't even like them, but you were expected to marry them, and it was a tradition, sort of marriage custom, I guess you'd call it, for the more wealthy people, the ones that had more horses or more goats or pigs or whatever, that they would give this girl to this boy, and they'd also, I suppose as a dowry, they would give his family horses, maybe one horse, maybe as however rich they were, they'd give them whatever they felt that they could as a dowry. But other marriages among the more common people, they just called them blanket marriages, and there was no ceremony for marriage. There was no ceremony to quit. They just quit. Just walked off, I guess.
What was it like being an Indian as a youth and as an adult in society?
Well, I feel real privileged to have known all of my grandmothers, not only my blood grandma, but all the other little old ladies that wore the little black handkerchief on their head, had their white aprons on. That was the traditional dress of the women, and they had the little black shawls. And as I said, they were all my grandmothers, and I relish the discipline that they taught. I think it should be taught in the homes today, but our homes now, the people are so lax and in such a hurry today that not much respect is given to our grandmas and our old folks. Back in my day, it wasn't just our grandmother, blood grandma, that we respected. It was other people that we didn't even know. We respected those older people, even the mothers and fathers of the different families. If we were caught disrespectfully treating these people while we were, well, it came down to maybe a real hard whipping, real hard scolding or whatever, but we were disciplined for that. And I think it's badly needed today. And I, as an Indian, in the early days, I think that they were abused. I feel so. They were taken advantage of. And today, it's like anything else. You just got to really fight to keep up your heritage and what you believe in and who you are. And today it's come down to the fact that you got to be a card-carrying Indian to prove that you are an Indian. And that's the way it is today.
What can you describe about the heart knowledge and the head knowledge of an Indian?
Today,
Just anybody.
I think we are a people that's different than our non-Indian people. We were taught respect for all races. One of the hardest whipping I ever got was I disrespectfully made some remarks about our black people. And I was punished severely. I also was punished for making remarks about non-Indians. And I was told by my mother that when I talked about non-Indians, I was talking about my father because he also had white blood in his veins. So I was taught respect. And the heart of Indians today, they really have to fight today to keep their heritage, to keep their memories even. Back when my grandparents and parents were going to school, they were denied the privilege of speaking their own language. Now it's gone. And it's very sad that we're all losing our language, and we're losing our ways, and people have known us to be a people set aside, not like other people, and we've been laughed at because of it. But we're going to survive. We've survived this long, and we're headstrong enough and strong enough, getting stronger, that we're going to survive. And we're going to increase in numbers. I know we are. And we're going to live in this white man's world. I know. Because our young people are going to college and they're becoming lawyers, doctors, and we have to live with them. We kind of like this indoor plumbing, not like it used to be. And that's the way it is today. We've got to go with the times. We've got to hold our head up high, but still not forget that we are an Indian. And that we are God's people too. Because He's brought us this far and He's going to stay with us.
when, I know you do beadwork, and you have done ribbon work. Tell about the arts and crafts of the Quapaw people, and do the symbols mean anything? And if there's any specific colors that stand out for the Quapaw people?
None that I know of. The colors not don't have a meaning for the Quapaws. As for instance, the Cheyennes, their colors mean certain things and their symbols mean certain things. That's another thing we've lost. There's a certain way that the Quapaws make moccasins. It's a style that belongs only to them.
About the colors.
We now have a tribal flag that has been adopted into our tribe, and the colors are blue, yellow, white, red, and black. And we also have a symbol, a tribal symbol that was made up for us, and it is a buffalo standing on a hill, and there's a piece wreath around him, and at the top there's a eagle feather hanging down. At each side there's an eagle feather hanging, and on the bottom there's an eagle feather hanging down. This is on our flag. The symbol is on a background of red and black, and we're very proud of this, and that it has been made for us and adopted into our tribe.
Can you tell me what the significance of the number 4 is to the Quapaw?
I would say that it was the 4 winds, the 4 directions, and that God is above all of it. Whenever that's what
That's all you think about? Okay. Are there any other things that you'd like to add about being a child and memories that you have and play that you did, or how big the towns were, or what you drove, or?
No, I think that's pretty well covered there.
Okay. Okay, then, let's go on. Is it correct that in 1973 you were appointed the tribal historian for the Quapaw tribe? A position which you still hold?
Yes.
Okay. Since that appointment as the historian, you have spent a week in Washington, D.C. at the Smithsonian.
Yes, in the National Archives.
What can you remember about the history you researched? And another question I'd like to ask you is, I know that the Quapaw word means downstream people. I'd like for you to but the Quapaw word means downstream people. Tell about when they were moved to this area in Oklahoma and settled around Spring River. Was it because they are the downstream people, or because that is the area that the government allotted them? So what you've learned at the Smithsonian, if you can give us a little history lesson.
Well, that's the land that the government allotted them. They were moved a lot of times. They went through real hardships. They went through smallpox and epidemics, and they went through floods that washed out their farms. They were on starvation. They were a pitiful people. They were moved about, and
Where'd they come from?
they came from Ohio, and they were of the Sioux family. I guess at one time we were all one big Sioux nation, and there were so many people, I suppose, in that tribe that they just bands wandered off from the main one. And, we were all one, but then there came from that group the Caws, the Omahas, the Osage, Ponkas, and the Quapaws, and their language was similar. The Osage and Ponca being the closest to the Quapaw language, especially the Ponca. But they had to go and live with the cattle for a while, and some of them went over to the Osages. They lived with them a while. Some even went down into New Mexico, and they just had to move about. They were starving. They had to look for food. They had to. They were just fight for survival, and then the government finally moved them to the present site where the reservation is now.
They went to Arkansas.
Yeah, they were in Arkansas. They came from Arkansas up this way to Oklahoma. And at one time, the whole state of Arkansas belonged to the Quapaws.
Did it say anything about the Cherokee have their Trail of Tears? Does it? I know they had to have many trails of tears, but
Well, that's just what I described. I think that's our Trail of Tears. The starvation, the disease, the smallpox and all that, I think. And then losing their home and their crops and all. I think that's their Trail of Tears.
anything else you can? Okay, also in 1984, you were one of the honored guests at Pine Bluff, Arkansas, in a regathering of the Quapaw people. by the Archaeological Society, or Archaeological Department from the University of Arkansas. From that experience, what can you tell about the history and the customs that you learned?
I feel that we were fortunate to hear such learned people down there. They knew the history of the Quapaws, and naturally they knew a lot of the sites that Quapaws had come from, and they were, I think, as glad to see us as we were to see them. They, I guess, thought that we were non-existent, and 45 of us showed up down there. And it just, the school children even, they just thought it was wonderful that the Quapaw Indians that were in town. And just like I said, we got a lot of knowledge that we hadn't known before, the history of our people. And we made some very good friends. We're invited back in '86. They're having their 150th celebration, and Quapaws are to be their honored guests again. But when I was there, I took my beadwork and objects that I had made, and some leggings that belonged to my grandfather that had ribbon work on them, a piece of ribbon work that belonged to my grandmother, and this, I feel, was a result of their living with the Osages, because the Osages are famous for their ribbon work. And this that I had, I know belongs to my grandparents. And I took down a cradle board that my family made for one of our grandchildren. And a granddaughter of Victor Griffin showed the people how to do some ribbon work. And she's quite a artist herself. She does beadwork, she does ribbon work, and she's just very knowledgeable about her tribe. But it was very enlightening what we learned down there. Things that we'd never heard about, that these people had researched. And we saw the burial place of Saracen. We got some material on his part in the tribe. He was one of the chiefs. At one time there were 4 chiefs in the Quapaw tribe. He was one of them. And he had the title of being the savior of lost children.
Anything else you learned down there?
We also went to a place where the Arkansas River once flowed 2,000 years ago, and today it's just about a foot wide. But the river itself changed channels, and it's about 3 miles south now, and that was quite a historic site.
How many living full-bloods are there now, Mom?
There's said to be 5.
Who?
Jean Ann Blue, she was the daughter of Benjamin Quapaw, and Agnes Quapaw, and Clara Mae Goodeagle Booth. She was the daughter of Francis Goodeagle, and Nora Brock, and Bob Whiteberry.
Do you know how many are on the travel roll now?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let's get over to language. How is the sentence structure of the Quapaw made?
It's as as any language, like the French. The words are all formed backwards.
What language group is it from?
Suon family.
Do you know of any reason that that tribe was split other than the government removal?
No, I don't.
There. Okay. Where did the Quapaw word come from? Or the word Quapaw?
From our language, I assume.
Do you know how many ways it's said? I've heard that there are several.
Oh yes, there are. I'd say 30 anyway. Ways to say Quapaw.
What to interpret the word Quapaw? What does it mean?
I think it means no, I don't know. I really don't know.
Where does the downstream people come from? That meaning, or that term?
Well, see, when the tribes, the Quapaw split from whomever, they chose to go downstream, and that was people's description of the tribe as a downstream people.
As the Quapaw Nation.
As the Quapaw Nation.
Okay, back and bringing that back around to the language. Is the language, the Quapaw language today, is it a written language?
No. It's just written phonetically.
Okay. Is the language all written down?
Yes, 2 men did some research. Dr. Hadley and Mr. Dorsey, and that was part of the research that we did in Washington in '73. We got the dictionary that they had compiled. They lived with the Indians. They had to in order to do this.
Okay. How large is the alphabet? Or how large is the language? Does it cover all the words like English does, or?
I'd say there's about 1,500 words as we know them now.
Okay. If there's no alphabet, the words as such, how are the words formed? The sentences are put together with the words backwards, right?
Mm.
Are there verbs and nouns
Mhm.
and such?
Yes.
Would you like to share some of the language that you have written down? Just share as you want to, so we can have a record of the pronunciation and the way things are said, the way it's said.
Well, our word for, say, salt is mosquito. Pepper, hazistego. Sugar, washungeskide. And syrup, washungeskide, doktor. Bread, waske. Cake, waskeskide. Pie, widow dishi. Beans, hombonige. Tomatoes, moncojite. Irish potatoes, doshosho. Sweet potatoes, dostete. Beef, teska. Pork, washi. Chicken, sikka. Egg, sikrita. Soup, danyoho. Water, ni. Paper, igazoso. Dance, ojo. Like a white man dance, bagit oja. Toothpick, higa shogabote. Cabbage, abajiha, konosno. Bad, shige. Whiskey, nishige. Pop, nipotohe. Poor, wafaniska. Pants or trousers, nityojishi. And I don't know whether I gave my family's Indian names or not. I think I did, yeah. And counting up to 10. Mifji, 1. 2, Naba. 3, Dabani. 4, Toa. 5, Sato. 6, Shakpe. 7, Pinaba. 8, Padabana. 9, Shunka. 10, Padabani. And 100 is he. Word for my goodness. Atjeja. Head, pahi. Man, nekka. Rooster, sikka nekka. Where, hagi. Where are you going? Hagite. Here, dado. uncle, Witege, aunt, the youngest aunt, Indajigal, and that means little mother. And an older aunt is Indanyoho, mother, Inda, grandmother, Inkon, father, Intafte, and grandfather, Wichigo, God, Wakonta, chief, Gahige, and the oldest sister, Witonge, and brother, or it could be a cousin, Wisonge, baby girl, Shamni, boy, Shato. The president or the Indian agent, Wajini Gahige, and husband Nika Wite, and sister-in-law Witonta, Indian Jojita, French Istege, white Wajini, Negro Istagesha, Quapaw, Agafa, Shawnee, Shawana, Cherokee, Shadaki, Osage, Washashi, Pahuska, Pahiska, Baxter Springs, Nizhniton, Tulsa, Nizhny Taushi, Nebraska, Nevadaska. Fish, who, horse, Shogalgany. Dog, dog, Shonga, rain, Niji, and it's going to rain, Nijita. Thunder, or little thunder, that's small thunder, Ganajiga, and big thunder, the kind that just bounces, Ganitunga, and lightning, Chekasiza, fire, Pete, tobacco, Tanni, snake, Wisa, day, Hombade, walk, Monet, dress, Wate, a girl's dress, Shamni Wate, hat, Pahogana, and that's just a very few of the words that I have.
Do you have commands like go and come?
Yeah, go is get that, come is go at.
So if you wanted to go to town, what would you say?
Like I was going to go to Tulsa, I'd say Nizhny Taushi, Nizhny Taushi. I get that.
What you used to tell your grandma?
Oh, I had she used to like Hoot Gibson on the movies, and since she couldn't read, well, if I wanted to go to the show, I'd pick up an old paper, even maybe he wouldn't be on, but I'd get his picture maybe in an old paper and I'd show it to her, or even if he was showing. And I'd tell her, I'd say, Enko, wagaga has skunkidash kunta. That means, Grandma, do you want to go see that? Wagaga means that shaky, something shaken. Do you want to go see that shaken thing? And she always said yes, and I'd tell her who gives. I'd show her his picture, and that way I'd get to go to the show.
Is there anything else from all of this that you can remember that you want to put in on the tape?
No, not at this moment.
One thing, two questions I want to ask, and it goes back to family lineage. In a Quapaw family, is lineage through the father or the mother?
The father.
Can you follow back through your own family, the lineage, and name the clans?
Well, my father was Snake Clan. My grandfather was Eagle. And that's as far as I can go.
That's it. Okay. I'm trying to think of things that would be helpful to whoever might hear this tape, and yet honor you and your knowledge of the Quapaw tribe and the Quapaw people. I know that you have interpreted the Lord's Prayer from English to the Quapaw, and I don't think that this, to my knowledge, has ever been done before. And as an honor to God and to the wisdom He's given you to be able to do this, and to the knowledge that you have, will you read this for the tape?
Yeah. Intate conta. Odate gia hota. Gia was contange gia givat. We are dota agite. Monica dedo. Gia la conta gi. De homba de vaske iseni conta. We itike shiga he tisha. Itike shiga he do zani disha. Itike shiga he mone we honje. Innoji we Pejitun. Washkutanda Gia. Washkohi Atonta Pedoga Gia. Amen.